Chapter 151, The White Bull, the Black Bat, and the King They Served. Sunspear, 299 AC. Tyrion paced the room, trying to ignore the giggles coming from Dany as she sat and watched him. It was a challenge, his nervousness only grew with each passing moment. He had no idea why his nephew felt the need to do this before the wedding, but as night began to fall, he realized he couldn't marry without him there. The fact that it amused his sister offered him no comfort, and even his glares at Dany did nothing to stop her laughter. "You look like a fool, brother," Dany remarked, a teasing smile on her face as he resumed his pacing. "Where is he?" Tyrion asked, frustration creeping into his voice. "He'll be here, Tyrion. Do you really think our nephew would miss your wedding?" Dany replied, her tone reassuring. "Why did he have to do this today?" he finally asked, taking a seat. "You know why. It needed to be done, and he wishes to leave early on the morrow," Dany said, moving from her chair to sit beside him. "Jae will be here, brother," she added softly, reaching out to take his hand. I know," he said, rubbing her hand gently. Her presence soothed him, but as he looked at her, he couldn't resist teasing her a little. "Why didn't you bring Orain, sister?" he asked, watching her reaction. "Why would I do that?" she shot back, a hint of annoyance in her voice. "Dany?" he asked, concern evident in his tone as she turned away from him. He feared he wouldn't be welcome. "Because he's a bastard, he thinks he can't be seen with a princess. It vexes me, as if I care about his birth or what people might think of it," Dany sighed heavily. "Did you tell him this?" he asked gently. "Many times," she replied, her frustration palpable. "I think he needs to hear it from someone else." Tyrion turned to her and said, "Tyrion, don't, please." "Not me, sister." "Jae," he replied. "Tyrion, I haven't spoken to Jae about this." "Don't, please. I won't accept him telling me what I can or cannot do." Dany moved away from him, clearly agitated. He almost wanted to reassure her that Jae would never dictate to her and that once Orain understood the king had no issues with their relationship, things would improve. Tyrion recalled his own conversations with Jae, where he had shared his worries about his feelings for Arianne. Jae had reassured him, helping him find the courage to believe in a future with the woman he loved. A small smile crept across his face as he reminisced about those moments. Just then, a knock echoed through the room. "The king has returned," Bronn announced. Tyrion nodded and signaled for Bronn to leave them alone. He turned back to Dany. "Speak to Jae. Trust me, he knows better than to tell you what you can or cannot do. You and Orain will be better for it." "Do you really believe that?" she asked, her voice filled with hope. "I do, sister." He leaned forward and kissed her cheek. "Now go, leave me to prepare for my bride." Her laughter filled the room as she reached the door. "I'll tell her you'll be along in a few hours. After all, it'll take you an age to get ready, brother mine." With a playful throw, he aimed a cushion at her, but it missed and hit the door instead. As Dany exited, he took a deep breath and headed toward his bedchamber. His outfit lay on the bed, the black and red colors vibrant against the fabric, adorned with the three-headed dragon crest. He called for Satin and began to undress, with his squire helping him put on his clothing. Tyrion noticed that Satin's movements were almost mechanical. He had hoped that seeing him and Loras conversing at Oberyn's would have lifted his spirits. Tyrion believed the wedding could have changed things between them, but he hesitated to look at Satin, especially since it hadn't. Still, Satin offered him a smile, and Tyrion returned it as he settled onto the bed, waiting to be summoned. "My uncle," a voice called from outside his chamber. "Inside, your grace," Satin replied, and the door opened to reveal his nephew, Jae, dressed similarly to him. Jae took a seat beside him. "Forgive my lateness," Jae said, meeting Tyrion's gaze. "You're here, that's all that matters," Tyrion replied, offering a small smile. "As is someone else," Jae said, as candles were brought into the room. Tyrion watched as Jae took a candle and lit it. "I'll leave you to it. Make sure you hand it back to Tommen. I promised Jaime he'd be part of the proceedings." Jae nodded and left the room, and Tyrion turned his attention to the candle, seeing his brother's face reflected in the flame. Jaime smiled back at him as he began to speak. "I wished to be there, thankfully, now I can," Jaime said, and Tyrion smiled at his brother. "I wished you were here too," he replied, and Jaime nodded. "I'm not the only one who wishes you well, brother." Tyrion shook his head when Joanna called his name, and when Daisy held up young Jon so he could wave at him. A tear escaped his eye as he looked at them, the smile on his face genuine, even as the tears fell, revealing his true joy. After a few moments of conversation, he called for Tommen and handed him the candle. Just then, Jae walked back in after the boy had left. "Uncle, we should go." "Your princess awaits," Jae said, and Tyrion nodded in agreement. As they walked together from his chambers, Tyrion took one last look around. Although he had spent every night since arriving here with Arianne, he had also kept his own chambers, a choice that would no longer be necessary. Would no longer be the case after tonight. As Tyrion approached the throne room, he felt his nerves begin to dissipate. The wedding ceremony was to take place in the very hall where they would rule, followed by a grand feast. Entering the room, he glanced over at Dany, Aemon, and Shaerra, who were seated together. His family welcomed him with warm smiles, his sisters smiled the most genuine of all. He caught sight of his uncle Jaehaerys, who nodded in encouragement, and Bronn, who gave him a playful wink. Tyrion rolled his eyes as he made his way to the front of the room. Once there, Jae took the robe from Ser Arthur and handed it to him. His nephew patted him on the shoulder before taking a seat next to Margaery. Tyrion barely had a moment to settle before he turned to the back of the room and saw Arianne entering, led by Oberyn. She looked breathtaking in her golden yellow dress, perfectly reflecting the colors of her house. The red accents made the yellow resemble a beautiful sunset. He smiled at her as she knelt, and Oberyn gently removed the cloak from her shoulders. Tyrion quickly moved to drape his own cloak over her. The three-headed dragon, his personal sigil, stood proudly above a lion, and he felt her shiver slightly as he covered her. Kneeling beside her, he listened as the Septon began the prayers. Arianne's hand held his tightly, and he was relieved to find that he wasn't shaking or sweating too much. Before he knew it, they were bid to rise, turning to face each other. The cloth was wrapped around their hands, and he looked up to her smiling face as they began to recite the words together. Father, smith, warrior, mother, maiden, crone, stranger. I am hers and she is mine, from this day until the end of my days, he said, a broad smile spreading across his face as he spoke. The rest of the Septon's words faded into the background, lost to him, something about him being the prince consort of Dorne and what that entailed. The gods had united them, and no man had the right to tear them apart. Tyrion found himself lost in Arianne's eyes as he leaned in to kiss her. The sensation of her lips against his sent his heart racing, just as it had the very first time they kissed. She led him to their seats, taking her place in the spear seat, while Tyrion settled into the sun seat, which would now be his. It was his nephew who stood up first. The king of the Seven Kingdoms was the first to lead the cheers. My queen, princesses and princes, my lords and ladies, I present to you Princess Arianne Martell and Prince Tyrion Targaryen, newly named as husband and wife, the princess and the prince consort of Dorne, Jae declared, and the cheers erupted around them. Tyrion felt a shiver at the title, a thrill that intensified as he leaned in to kiss her once more. To be a prince or a prince consort meant little compared to the true blessing he had received that day. Looking at Arianne, everything became clear. All he had ever wished for was embodied in the woman beside him. She was his wife, and from this day until the end of his days, they would be together. He kissed her again as the cheers echoed around them, and when they parted, he saw her smile, his wife, his love. In Sunspear, 299 AC, Margaery sat at the feast, enjoying the festivities, yet for some reason, she found herself unable to fully immerse in the joy around her. She couldn't quite put her finger on why, so she tried her best to ignore the feeling and focus on those who were reveling. Tyrion's happiness was evident for all to see, as was that of his new bride, Arianne. Tyrion seemed almost put out whenever someone interrupted their time together to offer their well wishes. Even when they received their gifts, it felt as if they were being disturbed from their own private moments. Marjorie could relate. She had felt that way at her own wedding as well, wishing to be alone with her beloved. As a wife, she had embraced the joy others felt for her, but deep down, all she wanted was to be alone with Jae, away from the crowd. Looking at Tyrion and Arianne, she noticed their almost pained expressions and felt certain they wished for the same solitude. She felt her husband's breath against her ear and couldn't help but smirk at how effortlessly he had sneaked up on her. Her eyes fluttered closed as he gently nibbled on her ear. "My wife seems quite distracted," he said softly, his tongue tracing the delicate curve of her ear, making her shiver. "My husband seems intent on distracting me even more," she replied, her voice low and husky. "Always," Jae said, causing her to chuckle as he pulled back slightly. She turned to face him, and soon his lips were on hers. "I find myself enjoying this less than I hoped," she admitted after they pulled away from their kiss. "Then I must redouble my efforts, for it seems my kisses are not having the desired effect," Jae replied, earning a playful slap on his shoulder from her. "Not your kisses, my love. It's this feast, tonight, my joy feels fleeting," she said softly, her voice tinged with worry and confusion. "You fear tomorrow, my love, and the thought of our parting. I feel it too, despite how much I want to enjoy my uncle's celebration. I dread the day that follows," Jae said gently. "Do you really have to go?" she asked, her eyes pleading as they searched his. "It'll only be for a short while. I'll meet you in White Harbor, and we'll ride from there to Winterfell. This is something I must do. I've longed to return them for so long. The flights to Old Town in Harrenhal will take just a day or two, and once that's done, I'll be waiting for you in White Harbor. I give you my word on that," Jae reassured her as the tables were moved and the dancing and music began to fill the air. "Swear to me that's all you'll do. Swear you won't fly further north and that you'll be waiting for me in White Harbor," she said, looking into his eyes. Jae leaned forward and kissed her, the sensation of his lips against hers drowning out the noise around them. She felt herself lean closer, wrapping her arms around him. Whether it was the coughs of those nearby, someone speaking to them, or simply the natural end of the kiss, she couldn't tell, but soon the entire room was looking their way. Tyrion joked that he and Arianne had work to do to catch up with the king and queen, drawing more laughter from the crowd. Marjorie glanced at her husband, who nodded, and Jae leaned in close to her once more. "I will fly to Old Town, Harrenhal, White Harbor, and nowhere else. Not even the gods themselves will change my mind on this. My wife has spoken, and I have heard. I give you my word, my love." She felt a weight lift from her chest. When the music began, he reached out and took her hand, her worries fading away as they moved gracefully across the dance floor. Later, she smiled as she watched him dance with Arianne, Sansa, Joy, and most of his cousins. The sight of him holding both Doria and Larisa in his arms on the dance floor brought smiles to her face and to many at the high table. When he was asked to sing, Jae did so with joy, his songs quick and upbeat, and soon the crowd was clapping along. He had just prepared to finish when Arianne spoke, her words catching both Jae and Marjorie by surprise. "Your Grace, we've all enjoyed your songs, and my aunt and uncle were most pleased with the one you dedicated to them," Arianne said, and Marjorie noticed both Oberyn and Illyria nodding in agreement. "However, we haven't heard you sing a song for your wife." Marjorie caught the look in his eyes as Jae looked at her and said, "I've written many songs for my wife, Princess. But you're right. I've been remiss as a husband for not singing one of them here, so I shall rectify that immediately." He glanced at Marjorie, who nodded and smiled back at him as he prepared his harp. The room fell silent, and Jay took his time, his fingers gliding slowly over the strings as if he were searching for the perfect moment to begin. Time stretched on without a sound, and then suddenly, he paused, straightened up, and turned to her. As I mentioned, I've written many songs for my wife. Some I've played for her in front of others, and some when we are alone together. My father, as those who knew him will attest, was fond of doing the same. 4 years ago, my wife and I pledged our love to one another before the heart tree at High Garden. I asked her to be my wife, and she agreed. Each day since, I've realized just how fortunate I am because she did. The song you're about to hear was written that day and has never been played before. Jay's voice softened as he looked at her. She leaned forward in her seat, gripping the sides of her chair tightly as the music began. The gentle notes filled the room as Jay glanced from the harp to her, smiling before he began to sing. She's like the wind through my tree. She rides the night next to me. She leads me through moonlight, only to burn me with the sun. She's taken my heart, but she doesn't know what she's done. Feel her breath on my face. Her body close to me. Can't look in her eyes. She's out of my league. Just a fool to believe I have anything she needs. She's like the wind. I look in the mirror, and all I see is a young old man with only a dream. Am I just fooling myself that she'll stop the pain? Living without her, I'd go insane. Feel her breath on my face. Her body close to me. Can't look in her eyes. She's out of my league. Just a fool to believe I have anything she needs. She's like the wind. Face your body close to me. I can't look into your eyes. You're out of my league. Just a fool to believe, just a fool to believe she's like the wind. Tears fell, and before she realized it, Marjorie found herself looking up at her husband, Jay. He held a handkerchief in his hand, and she nodded to him, a smile gracing her face that revealed her tears were not from sadness. The rest of the night was a blur. Marjorie leaned close to Jay, feeling his arm wrap around her as the celebration for Tyrion and Arianne continued around them. When Jay took her hand to lead her to their room, she welcomed it, just as she did his arm around her shoulder as they walked together from the hall. His embrace was comforting, her arms wrapped around his waist as they strolled. In that moment, she felt as if they were the only two people in the world, the sights, sounds, and even smells around them fading away. Soon enough, they arrived in their chambers, and she looked into her husband's eyes once more. It was then that her hunger for him stirred within her, reflected in his own gaze. As one, they moved closer, Marjorie shrieking happily when he swept her into his arms and carried her to the bed. I love you, he whispered, kissing her neck. More than anything in this world, I love you, Marjorie, with all that I am, I love you. His lips sought out hers, and her response was muffled by the touch of his tongue against hers. She knew he didn't need to hear the words, he understood how she felt. Yet, she felt the urge to express it aloud. Finding a strength she didn't know she possessed, she temporarily denied him. I love you too, Jay, with all my heart. I love you, she said, just as he kissed her again. Sun Spear, 299 AC, Arianne looked over at her husband, his. Arianne watched as her husband's chest rose and fell in a peaceful rhythm while he slept. She gently brushed the hair from his face, feeling a warmth in her heart. Their wedding and wedding night had been everything she had dreamed of, and as she moved away to pick up the chain to place around her neck, she decided to let him sleep a little longer. As she secured the ruby around her neck, she felt its power. The gift had come from Jaehaerys, rather than Jay and Marjorie like her uncle and aunts had given, but its meaning remained the same. Illness, sickness, and poison were worries she could set aside as long as she wore the ruby. Jaehaerys had told them that, as family, they deserved all the protection she could offer. Arianne smiled at the thought as she dressed, embracing the idea of another family, something she had never expected to wish for, yet welcomed wholeheartedly. The reality of her dwindling family weighed heavily on her mind, and her thoughts darkened as she recalled her father and brother. She cursed them for not being there to share in her joy. Yet their absence had only deepened her appreciation for Trystane, Oberyn, and now Jae, Margaery, and the Targaryens. "You didn't wake me," Tyrion said, sitting up in bed. He reached for the jug and poured himself some water. "I felt my husband needed his rest, especially since I expect him to be fit and ready for me tonight as well," she replied with a giggle, settling down on the edge of the bed, her dress barely tied behind her. "The night I'm not fit and ready for you, wife, is the night I'm dead," Tyrion said, kissing her shoulder as he began to help tie her dress. "We should go break our fast. Jae will be getting ready to leave, and Margaery will set out with the tide," she said, tilting her head as Tyrion's lips brushed against her neck, teasing her with the slightest bite. We should, though I'd much prefer we stayed in bed," he replied, a playful grin on his face. Arianne laughed, her joy infectious. She left her husband to get dressed and glided down the corridors of the old palace, her happiness evident in her every step. Behind her, Ario wore a rare smile on his usually stoic face. Arianne gave the giant guard a quick nod as they made their way to the dining room. As she entered, she was delighted to see her eldest cousins waiting for her. However, she noted the absence of Oberyn and her 4 youngest cousins, which struck her as odd. Her gaze fell on Ilaria, who was deep in conversation with Margaery and Tyene. Ilaria noticed her and greeted her with a warm smile as she took her seat. "Did my niece have an enjoyable night?" Ilaria teased. "Most enjoyable. I dearly hope I wasn't the only one," Arianne replied, catching sight of Margaery blushing. She decided to give her a cheeky wink, which quickly brought a smile to Margaery's face. "You were very much not," Ilaria chuckled. "And his grace, my uncle?" Arianne asked, glancing between the 2 women. Margaery looked at Ilaria, who answered for them both. "A race, niece. I find I'm not sure who the bigger child is, my nephew or my husband," Ilaria said, amusement and fondness shining in her eyes. "Jae, definitely Jae," Margaery chimed in, causing laughter to ripple through the room. Arianne listened as Ilaria recounted how, along with Joy, Jae had challenged Oberyn and the girls to a race. The older ones had declined, preferring to spend time with Arianne, while the younger ones, especially Elia, were eager to join in. Just then, Tyrion walked in, leaning down to kiss her cheek before settling in to eat. Soon enough, Dany and the other Targaryens joined them. Arianne watched as Dany said something that made Tyrion's smile widen genuinely. She raised an eyebrow in question, and Tyrion, noticing her curiosity, leaned in to share the news. "Dany was just telling me that she won't be heading north with the rest of the. Instead, she'll be spending some time in Sunspear before heading to Dragonstone," Tyrion said. Arianne smiled at her husband's evident happiness about having his sister stay longer. "Then I shall need to show her more of what Dorne has to offer." "Ilaria, will you stay for a while too?" she asked her aunt, who nodded before replying. "I will. Oberyn and I will not be returning to King's Landing until their graces do," Ilaria said. "How long will that be?" Arianne asked curiously. "A moon or so," Margaery answered. Arianne welcomed this news. Her mother had been scheduled to return to Dorne, and she had hoped it would be in time for her wedding, but delays had pushed that back. Now, she found herself hoping that her mother would arrive while the others were still there with her. They ate slowly, breaking their fast and allowing the conversation to flow. Arianne found herself enjoying this time even more than the previous night's feast. Here, in this room, they were a family, and she embraced the feeling of being with those she considered her own. Her gaze, however, kept drifting to her husband, and she welcomed the moments when Tyrion looked her way. The longing in his eyes was something she appreciated deeply. "Mama, Mama." Doria's excited voice rang out as she rushed into the room. "I rode with Jae. We won, Mama. We beat them, even Elia." She hugged Ilaria tightly. "Did you now, my little snake?" Ilaria said, tickling the girl and making her squirm with laughter. I couldn't have done it without Doria's help," Jay chimed in as he walked into the room, with Oberyn behind him holding a sleeping Lorisa in his arms. An annoyed-looking Obella, Joy, and Elia followed closely behind. "He cheated," Obella declared, and Arianne chuckled as both Joy and Elia nodded in agreement. "Obella," Ilaria said reproachfully. "He cheated, Mama." He said, ready, steady, but he left before he said, "Go." "Go," Obella said, folding her arms in front of her and glaring at Jay, who quickly moved to her side. "I said, ready," Jay replied before reaching out to grab Obella. "Steady," Arianne added, watching as Obella took a step back from him. "And then Doria said, 'Go,'" Jay continued, his voice dropping to a whisper on the last word. The room erupted with Obella's laughter as Jay lifted her into the air and spun her around, holding her tightly against his chest. "See, a child," Marjorie remarked, her smile as wide as Obella's, who was playfully trying to fend off their cousin. Jay spun and tickled her, showering her with kisses on her cheek and neck. But soon, their fun had to come to an end. Jay grabbed some food, making faces at Joy and Elia, who were clearly not pleased with him and not as quick to forgive his antics as Obella had been. She watched as Jay kissed his wife, then spoke to Dany, Aemon, and Sherera, before leaning in to speak softly to Ilaria and Oberyn. Finally, he knelt beside Tyrion and Arianne. "I must take my leave, cousin. I'm happy for you and for my uncle, and I wish you both the very best of fortune in the days to come. It fills my heart with joy to see you both so happy, and I hope to see you soon," Jay said. Arianne glanced at Arthur and Walder, both dressed for travel. "You too, cousin. Thank you for coming, it means a lot to my husband and me," she replied, smiling at him as he nodded. It took Jay some time to say his goodbyes, speaking to their cousins before hugging both Joy and Sansa, promising he'd see them soon. Arianne looked at Marjorie, who rose from her seat, feeling a pang of sympathy for her, even though she knew their separation would be brief. None of them left the room to say their goodbyes together, which only added to the bittersweet atmosphere. Arianne and Tyrion respected the couple's desire for a private farewell, allowing them the moment they needed. Arianne glanced at her husband, relieved that he wouldn't be saying goodbye to her for a long time. Later that day, she stood at the docks with Tyrion, both of them waving off the dragon's breath. Daenerys, Oberyn, Ilaria, and her cousins watched alongside them as the ship sailed north. Arianne held Tyrion's hand tightly, waiting until the ship disappeared from view before they turned back to the old palace. One day, they would return to King's Landing, and Jay and Marjorie would undoubtedly come to visit. However, their lives would be different from this point onward. They were of Dorne, and it was to Dorne they would look first. Arianne felt a rush of excitement for the future they would chart together. "Shall we?" she asked, glancing at Tyrion, who nodded in agreement. She noticed Bronn and Areo standing to one side, both men ready to guard them against anyone who might wish them harm. "Aye, wife, we have much to do," Tyrion said, smiling at her as they made their way from the docks. Meanwhile, in King's Landing, Jaime spent his day buried in paperwork and handling petitions. It wasn't until late afternoon that he finally had the chance to spend time with his wife and children. He felt a wave of relief wash over him as he looked forward to seeing them. Entering their room, he found Daisy feeding Jon, his son's appetite evident for all to see. Joanna was sitting on her new wooden horse, unusually still as she watched her mother and brother. "Papa!" Joanna exclaimed excitedly as he lifted her from the horse. Her little arms wrapped around his neck, filling him with warmth. "And how is my little cub today?" he asked, and Joanna eagerly began telling him about her day. Her eyes darted to Jon, who had just finished eating. "Cub was hungry, Papa. Very hungry." She laughed, just as Jon let out a loud belch. He was, Jaime chuckled, enjoying the moment. Are you hungry too, little cub? He asked, and she shook her head. Not even for some candied fruits, he inquired with a smile, glancing at her. You have fruits, Papa? She asked, looking at his empty hands. Always for you, little cub, he replied, reaching into his pocket to pull one out. Joanna beamed with happiness as she took it from him. You'll spoil her appetite, Daisy remarked, and he leaned in to kiss her cheek. Perhaps I should try to spoil his, he said with a nod before kissing his son's cheek. That would be impossible, I swear it, my love. Our son is never full, Daisy said, playing with Jon as he lay on the bed. Jaime looked down at his son. Jon's fair hair had turned a brighter shade of blonde, and his green eyes sparkled as they gazed back at him. When Jon was born, he had been such a small thing, but now it was clear how much he had grown. Jaime reached down to touch his cheek as Jon giggled at his mother's attention. Jon, his son, his boy, was the only name he could give him, and it felt true and right. Many years earlier, he had met a boy he had grown to love, a boy who had become a son to him. Though his name wasn't truly Jon, it had been that to him for many years. It was as Jon, the boy, that he had come to think of him, not as Jaehaerys, his king. That boy meant more to him because of who he was in his heart than who he was born as. He had made Jaime feel things and forced him to accept a life he never thought possible, a life that had brought him the woman beside him and the 2 children on this bed. Jon was good and true, with a heart as big as the world. He was his son by choice, and Jaime could think of no man he would rather name his son by blood after than him. Jaime? Daisy called, and he turned to look at her, his smile still bright. Will everything be ready for tonight? He asked, and she. Jaime nodded, standing up from the bed and walking into the other room. Papa? Joanna asked, and he heard Daisy tell her he would be back in a while. Jaime entered the room and sat down at his desk, reaching down to take out 2 glass candles. He placed the first one on the table. Later, as he shared dinner with his family, he found himself reflecting on his conversation with Tyrion. He had told his brother how much he loved him, and Daisy, Joanna, and Jon had all greeted him warmly. He felt eager for the wedding, pleased to see that both his children seemed ready for bed. Joanna was nearly falling asleep at the table, and by the time he finished eating, Daisy was looking at him and motioning toward their daughter's room. He carried Joanna to her bed, and she was fully asleep by the time he tucked her in. Jaime then walked back into his room and found Jon already laid down in his crib, sound asleep. Looking at Daisy, he could see that she was tired and ready for bed, so he encouraged her to go rest. She argued with him at first but eventually agreed. After kissing her goodnight, knowing she would be asleep by the time he joined her, Jaime returned to his desk and placed the candle on top of it. The wait wasn't long, and when the images finally appeared, a smile spread across Jaime's face. He saw Tyrion standing in front of the septon, covering Arianne with her wedding cloak, and it felt as though he were sitting in the hall with them. He listened to the words being spoken, watched as his brother kissed his new wife, and saw them take their seats. Jaime even took the time to enjoy some of the feast before heading to bed. He watched as Tyrion and Arianne were gifted, as Jae sang and danced with Marjorie, and he felt his brother's happiness shine through. Eventually, though, Jaime felt his eyes begin to close. Leaving the candle flickering with the images of the wedding, he made his way to bed. Was he happy? Daisy asked, her sleep disturbed despite his quiet efforts to join her. Very much so, he replied, kissing her cheek. Sleep, my love. The next morning, Jaime woke early to find Daisy already up. She cradled Jon in her arms while feeding their son. Joanna had also risen early, and he was pleased that it was her own choice. Although he loved breaking his fast with his family, he didn't want his own early rising to disturb them. Yet, it seemed natural for his daughter to wake early, eager to spend time with her brother, mother, and him. Go riding, Papa? Joanna asked between bites of her meal. Jaime chuckled as he finished his own. You wish to? he asked, a smirk still on his face. As much as he might want to curse his king for instilling this desire in her, he truly welcomed it. In the Jaywood, Joanna declared, and Jaime burst into laughter, nodding in agreement. He had tried in vain to correct her, explaining that it was the Kingswood, but his daughter had pointed out that Jay was the king. In the Jaywood, cub, he said, watching her smile broadly. Daisy shook her head and rolled her eyes at their playful exchange. Once he finished his meal and ensured Joanna had finished hers, he kissed his wife and son. Taking his daughter by the hand, he prepared for their ride. He was certain this was the true reason Joanna had woken early, as she hurried him along whenever he slowed down, glaring at him whenever he stopped. It was a little game they played, and they continued it until they reached loyalty. His mare was the calmest of all his horses and the offspring of honor. Jaime gently approached his daughter, lifting her up so she could stroke the mare's head. Joanna giggled with delight as she did so. He glanced at Jors and handed her to the Kingsguard before climbing onto Loyalty's back. Jors then returned Joanna to him. Despite her eagerness to start, which Jaime could sense from her fidgeting, his daughter remained silent. She waited patiently until their escort was mounted, then he leaned down and encouraged her to tell Loyalty to move, starting another little game they enjoyed. "Go horsey, go," Joanna said, her laughter ringing out as the mare responded to her command. Later, as Jaime settled into the small council office, he watched Ser Richard, Olenna, Wyman, and Willis enter the room, a smile still lingering on his face. The day ahead promised to be long, with many topics to cover and petitions to review, yet his mood remained bright. He was beginning to find the balance he had sought for so long. He was hand to a king he truly believed in, actively helping the realm and his family, and he was a devoted husband and father. For a man who once thought of himself as nothing more than a sword, he had come a long way. As Olenna began to speak, one thought occupied his mind: he was happy. Cregan. They had sailed to White Harbor and then ridden onward, with his uncle altering their route so Cregan could experience as much of the north as possible in a short time. Riding through the north was an unforgettable experience for him. He finally saw the places he had only heard about from his mother or Jay, or had seen only on maps. They traveled through the Neck and stayed at Moat Cailin, where he met the new lord and his soon-to-be lady. Cregan wasn't the only one set to marry in the coming moons. Eddard Karstark was as typical a Northman as Cregan had come to know. And then there was Mira Reed. Though small and slight, she had the spirit of a Mormont in the way she carried herself. She was an unconventional lady, much like Daisy, Meege, and so many other northern women he had encountered. The bond between Eddard and Mira was genuine, and Cregan tried to suppress the envy that welled up inside him. The thought that he, too, would need to marry in the north lingered in his mind, fueled by his cousin's teasing and his uncle's subtle reminders of a lord's duty. After spending just a day at the moat, they were soon back on the road. Cregan listened to tales of his father's adventures in the Bar Rolands, including a mention of Lady Dustin, which seemed to irk his uncle. They arrived at Castle Serwyn, where he met its heir, Clay. Though a bit younger than Cregan, Clay was eager to spend time with him. The following morning, Cregan found himself the center of attention during a sparring match. Robb, Clay, and Eddard Karstark, along with Mira, who had joined them on their journey to Winterfell, all took turns trying their luck against him. His uncle and some of the men looked on as Cregan bested each of his opponents. Then Lady Meege sent her daughter, Jory, to challenge him, followed by the Great John sending the Small John to do the same. "Well done, Stark," the Small John said as Cregan brought him to his knees, his sword pointed at the man's neck. After helping him up, he noticed Eddard Karstark deep in conversation with his father, the older man watching him intently. Later, as they passed through the Bar Rolands, Cregan found himself in a race with his cousin Arya, who seemed to have the speed of a horse. That night, as they camped, his uncle remarked that she was just like his Aunt Lyanna, Jay's mother. Given how Jay himself rode, Cregan couldn't help but think that the resemblance was striking. Cregan couldn't believe his eyes. The first sight of Winterfell took his breath away, the imposing keep standing tall in the distance. The town surrounding it was nothing like he had imagined. His mother had spoken of Wintertown and its history, and though Robb, Jae, and his uncle had told him it had grown, he hadn't anticipated it would be like this. As they approached Winterfell, Cregan felt his heart race. His eyes threatened to water as he looked at the men and women lined up to welcome their lord back to his home. Some of these men had known his father, and Cregan found himself longing to speak to them, eager to learn every detail he could about the man he had lost. For now, though, he needed to settle in. He did as he was instructed and made his way to his rooms. After washing and dressing, he enjoyed the feast held in honor of his uncle's return. Over the next few days, his cousins showed him around Winterfell. Almost a week later, his uncle finally approached him. "There is something I need you to see, Cregan." "Follow me," Ned said. Cregan nodded and followed him from the great hall into the courtyard. They arrived at a large, old double door, and as he stepped through, a chill swept through the air. Ned took a torch and led the way, Cregan walking silently behind him. After a short walk, his uncle stopped and turned to him, a sad expression crossing his face that caught Cregan off guard. Behind Ned, he could make out the shape of figures, but there was an eerie silence that made him wonder why they stood so still. "After your father's death, and your grandfather's and aunt's, I had statues made. Likenesses of them, so they would be remembered for years to come. I had no remains of my father and brother, only my sister, so for them, it's just the statues and some of their belongings that are buried here. But I thought you would want to see this. I'll give you some time, but I won't be far if you need me." "Take your time," his uncle said, placing the torch on the wall and giving Cregan a reassuring touch on the shoulder before walking away. Cregan turned to face the statues before him. One depicted an older man, another a young woman, and the last a man not much older than her. He stepped closer to the statue of the younger man, his heart heavy as he gazed at the likeness. Tears welled in his eyes and began to stream down his cheeks. This was his father, the Wild Wolf, as so many had called him. Looking at the statue, Cregan could see the resemblance they shared, as if he were staring into a mirror. He reached out, his fingers gently tracing the features of the statue, taking in the sight of his father for the first time. "Father," he whispered softly, wiping his eyes with his sleeve as he committed every detail of his father's appearance to memory. He stood there for a while, lost in thought, before moving on to the other two statues. When he reached the statue of his aunt, he felt a sense of familiarity wash over him. Arya resembled Jae's mother, his own mother, and even Arthur had mentioned the similarities. As he looked at his aunt, it was clear to him that she would never truly be gone as long as Arya lived. Approaching his grandfather's statue, Cregan's emotions became conflicted. He admired the man for who he was, but a deep-seated resentment lingered as well. He had asked his mother and uncles about him, but none would provide answers. Only Jae had been willing to share the truth about their grandfather, and Cregan knew that it was Jae who could truly understand the pain he felt at this moment. It had been his grandfather's desire for a southern alliance that had compelled his father to travel to Riverrun. If not for that, Cregan might have grown up surrounded by family, and perhaps he would have known his father more deeply. Taking a deep breath, he composed himself and walked from the crypts, pausing to say prayers for each of his fallen kin, even for his grandfather despite his mixed feelings. He prayed for his aunt, for Jae, and for his father, holding on to the hope that they were at peace. Cregan's mother stood in his thoughts as he approached the door where his uncle Ned waited, holding a piece of parchment. Cregan eyed it with curiosity. "Jae asked me to give you this after you saw them," Ned said. Cregan took the parchment and opened it, revealing a drawing of his mother, father, and himself. The moment he laid eyes on it, he began to sob. Uncle Ned wrapped his arms around him, offering a sense of privacy in his grief. In the following weeks, Cregan listened to stories about his father from those who had known him. Ser Roderick Castle shared memories of their morning sparring sessions, telling Cregan that he fought just like his father. Together with Robb, Clay, Eddard, Jojen Reed, and a few others, he rode to see Dragon Point. Cregan was stunned by the vibrant village and the beginnings of a keep already under construction. Uncle started building it after we met, and Jay is helping with the funding, Robb explained. Cregan surveyed the land and spoke with the builders, spending several days camped at the site. The men welcomed his ideas, and he even had the chance to lay some stones himself before they had to ride back to Winterfell. They returned just in time to greet some lords. Cregan noticed Eddard Karstark looking both happy and nervous as he saw his father and brothers. Robb leaned in, whispering that Eddard's own wedding would be happening soon. Though there wasn't a grand feast that night, there was a celebration of sorts. The food, the music, and even the dancing brought Cregan joy. However, he found himself at a loss for words when a young red-headed lady approached him and asked to dance. "My lord, if I may be so bold, would you dance with me?" she said, and Cregan glanced around nervously, hoping she was addressing someone else. To his dismay, he realized she was indeed speaking to him. "I'd be honored, my lady," he replied, as she smiled at him with what he thought was the most beautiful smile. He took her hand, and soon they were dancing together. As they danced together, Cregan felt a surge of nerves at first, almost causing him to pull away. But when she held on to his hand, he realized he would have to dance with her again, and surprisingly, he began to relax. She noticed his change in demeanor and smiled brightly. By the time they danced a third time, they were chatting, sharing laughter as the music began to fade. Just then, he spotted Eddard Karstark approaching. "If I may dance with my sister, Lord Cregan," Eddard said, glancing at the girl beside him. "Sister?" Cregan replied, looking from Eddard back to her. "Lady Alice Karstark, my lord," she introduced herself with a small curtsy. Cregan smiled warmly. "An honor, my lady, truly." He took his leave and returned to his seat, a smile lingering on his face throughout the rest of the feast. He was pleased to catch Alice glancing his way more than once, and he found his own gaze drawn to her as well. Had he been more observant, he might have noticed her father sitting with his uncle, both men animatedly discussing something, clearly pleased with the outcome of their conversation. But Cregan remained blissfully unaware that another wedding could very well be on the horizon. Meanwhile, in Old Town, 299 AC, Jaehaerys Targaryen was on a different journey. If it weren't for this pressing matter, he wouldn't have left Marjorie behind to travel north. They were now camped by the Brimstone, with Hellholt looming in the distance. Jay glanced at Arthur, who seemed quieter than usual. The knight's eyes were fixed on the chest strapped to Rhaenys's back, while Jay's gaze was drawn to the keep in the distance. If his emotions hadn't already been tested by the weight of their mission, he would have spent most of the night lost in thoughts of Rhaenys, the queen who had fallen, whose death the Dornish had celebrated. Though it ultimately led to the dragon's wrath, the truth of that day had faded over time. Meraxes had fallen, and some claimed that Rhaenys had survived only to be tortured to death by the Eulers. Jaehaerys, however, couldn't believe that. Given what Aegon had done and what he was planning, Jay felt certain they would have used Rhaenys as a hostage. He believed her body had never been recovered. As he looked at the chest strapped to Rhaenys's back, these thoughts weighed heavily on his mind. He nodded to himself before rising to bid Rhaenys good night. Moving toward his sister, he resolved to right that wrong as well. "Your Grace?" Arthur asked, noticing him stand. "I'm just bidding my sister good night, sire," Jaehaerys replied. Arthur nodded, returning to his quiet reflection. When Jay woke the next morning, he found that Arthur hadn't slept. He chided the night, but it had no effect. They broke their fast and soon took to the skies again. Jay could tell that Rhaenys was enjoying their time in the air, even if the reason for it was less than pleasant. As they approached the high tower, Jay instructed Rhaenys to fly over the city before landing some distance away. Arthur removed the chest containing Ser Gerald's bones, and after waiting for the Hightower men to arrive, he spotted Ser Baelor among them. "Your Grace, we were not expecting you," Ser Baelor said, glancing between him and Arthur, who had handed over the chest as the horses approached. An unexpected visit, Ser Baelor. Perhaps we can speak back at the Hightower? Jae suggested. The knight nodded and motioned for his men to provide horses for him and Arthur. They rode back slowly. Jae chose not to reveal the contents of the chest, instead asking if his father and sister were present. Ser Baelor confirmed they were, and both would be most pleased to welcome him. While Jae hoped that was true, he also knew that his purpose for visiting would cast a shadow over any joy that might have accompanied a king's arrival. Or perhaps it would be for the Hightowers, but for the men and women of Old Town, it seemed quite the opposite. Jaehaerys waved to the crowd that had gathered to see the Dragon King, smiling as they cheered him on. Hail the Dragon King! Good King Jaehaerys! House Targaryen! As they arrived at the Hightower, he was surprised to find both Lord Leighton and Malora waiting for him. The Lord stood alongside his other sons and some knights, all of them dropping to one knee as Jae dismounted. Old Town is yours, your grace, Lord Leighton said, his smile genuine, matched by the one on his daughter's face. Rise, my lord, my lady, good sirs, Jaehaerys replied, and they stood as instructed. He turned to take the chest from Arthur. You honor us with your visit, your grace, Leighton said, while Malora glanced at the chest and then nodded at her father. I wish it were under better circumstances, my lord, Jae said softly as he moved closer and whispered in Leighton's ear. The lord nodded and spoke to Malora, who hurried ahead of them. I'll arrange it as you asked, your grace, Leighton assured him, and Jae nodded in acknowledgement. They were shown to some rooms, and Jae took the opportunity to wash the dust from his face and wipe down his armor with a cloth. He had wanted to dress simply, but as a concession to Marjorie, he had agreed to wear his armor at all times. It was in excellent condition, thanks to Gendry's skilled craftsmanship. The three-headed dragon stood proudly on his breastplate, and he smiled at the small golden rose the smith had incorporated into his helm. Once polished, he donned it again with the help of a squire sent by Ser Baelor, then waited to be called to see the Lord of Old Town and fulfill his duties. Your grace, Arthur said, and Jae nodded, quickly fastening Dark Sister to his side. Jae handed the squire his helm before picking up the chest. They walked slowly to the great hall, and Jae glanced at Arthur, giving the knight a nod, which Arthur returned. As they entered the hall, the herald announced their arrival, guiding them toward the man seated in the Lord's chair. Leighton was surrounded by his family, and the hall buzzed with the presence of Old Town's finest. Jae spotted the Archmesters from the Citadel, the Septons from the Starry September, and a familiar face, Samwell Tarly, whom he nodded to as he passed before standing before Lord Leighton. Your grace, Leighton said, rising to bow. Jae motioned for him to take his seat again. My lord, forgive the abruptness of my visit, Jae began, his voice steady but laced with emotion. I've waited far too long to see this done. The events of the rebellion were filled with lies and deceit, good men died because of the ambitions of those far less worthy. My father, mother, brother, sister, and their mother were among them. Had those men had their way, I wouldn't be here today. I stand here because of good men, men who risked their lives, like Ser Arthur Dayne, the Sword of the Morning, and men who lost theirs, like Ser Oswell Went, the Black Bat. He paused, allowing the murmurs of the gathered crowd to settle before continuing. Jae took a knee, holding the chest before him. Men like your uncle, the Lord Commander of the Kingsguard, the White Bull, Ser Gerald Hightower. A good man, and one I was robbed of meeting, a debt I shall forever carry. For too long he has rested where he fell, my lord. While I can never right the wrong of his death, I can at least address this injustice. It is with great honor, humility, and sadness that I am here to return a great knight to his family. As he spoke, Leighton rose and took the chest from Jae's hands. On behalf of my family, I thank you, your grace. And on behalf of my uncle, I have only this to say, Ser Gerald could not have served a greater man than you when he fell. I know my uncle would be proud of that, and so am I. Leighton's words were met with loud applause from everyone present. That night, they feasted together. Jae sat with Lord Leighton, enjoying conversations with him and Malora. She mentioned that she was feeling much better but then asked if she could speak with him privately before he left the following morning. He exchanged brief words with Samwell Tarly, the Archmasters, and the Septons, who all commended him for allowing Ser Gerald to be buried within the faith. Jae smiled and nodded, relieved to leave them behind as he retreated to his bed. The next morning, Malora rode with them to see Rhaenys. Jae bid farewell to Leighton, who assured him he would be ready when called. Jae understood the hidden meaning behind Leighton's words as he glanced at Malora. When Rhaenys landed, Jae was surprised to see Malora approach her with such confidence, stroking the dragon as if she were a small hound. Jae stepped back a little when Malora asked him to. "For your journey, Your Grace," she said, handing him a map. Jae looked down at it and saw markings of a wall, a hill, a glade, and a giant weirwood tree. "Where is this?" he inquired. "Beyond the wall, Your Grace. They await you there, along with Lord Bloodraven," Malora replied. "They?" he asked, intrigued. "The children of the forest. I only ask that when you bring them to where they need to go, you take me with you," she said, her gaze steady. "Why?" he asked, suspicion creeping into his voice. "The world needs a three-eyed raven, Your Grace, and only they can prepare me for what I must become." "Become?" Malora asked. "Is this what you truly wish?" He looked at her, intrigued. She smiled softly and kissed his cheek. "You saved me, Your Grace. I was lost, and you brought me back. This is who I'm meant to be, and it's only because of you that I can finally rest." He nodded, feeling the weight of her words. "I'll return for you," he promised, his voice low and sincere. She nodded in response, and he said his goodbyes before watching her and her escort ride away. Jae turned to Arthur, and they quickly took to the skies once more. They had one final chest to deliver and another keep to visit, Harrenhal. Jaehaerys Targaryen. The journey took the rest of the day, and as they landed, the light was fading. Jae guided Rhaenys to a landing spot much closer to the keep than he had in Old Town. The few guards who approached showed surprise not only at his arrival but also at the late hour. He was relieved that they seemed clever enough to recognize who he was. The ride to the keep was brief, and as he looked up at the towers, he marveled at the lasting impact of Balerian's fury. The dark, twisted structures leaned ominously to one side, a testament to the dragon's wrath even after all these years. Once inside the gates, they were escorted to the Widow's Tower. Jae took in the disrepair of the keep but sensed a strength that would serve his family well. He had waited until now to speak to Lady Shella about his plans, wanting to settle matters before revealing what was to come. As he entered the great hall and saw the men and women gathered around, he wondered if he should have spoken to her sooner. The lady sat at the high table, her gaze curious. She greeted him with a warm smile. Though aged, she carried herself with poise, rising as he approached the table. "Harrenhal is yours, Your Grace," she said, offering a small curtsy. Jae returned her smile, feeling a sense of purpose swell within him. Jaehaerys nodded before inviting her to sit. "Lady Went, it's truly an honor. I must apologize for both the lateness of my visit and the reason for it. I bring you sad tidings, yet they aim to right a wrong," he said, glancing at the chest. Melora's eyes closed briefly before opening again, sadness reflected in her gaze as she looked from the chest to him. "I bid you all to rise. His Grace has something he wishes to share with us." "Please continue, Your Grace," she said softly. "Here in this very keep, my mother and father fell in love, my lady. A love that was genuine and true, yet it was manipulated by men who were anything but. They made mistakes, it's true, but one mistake they did not make was placing their trust in a knight of House Went. A man whose sword was as true as his word, a man who stood by my father's side, by my mother's, and by my own. Ser Oswell Went is a name that deserves the utmost respect, let no man or woman doubt that. A man of the white cloak, a king's guard, a true knight. A friend, he said, his voice softening as he glanced at Arthur. The eyes of the room turned toward the chest, and Jae stepped forward, kneeling before the table. Lady Shella moved around from behind it, her gaze fixed on the chest he held in his outstretched hands. I beg your forgiveness for the delay in returning him home, my lady. It is with great sadness that I do so. Not a day goes by without my regret for his passing and my wish that he were here by my side. Ser Oswell went, the Black Bat, King's guard to a most grateful king, he said, watching as she nodded and accepted the chest from him. Jae rose to assist her in placing it on the table, as her hands were too weak to hold it. She requested a moment of silence, and soon after, the chest was carried from the room by several knights. Arthur looked at Jae, seeking permission to accompany the chest, which he received. Arthur left, and Jae took a seat beside Lady Went, politely declining the food offered. Jaehaerys took a sip of water and asked Lady Went if they could speak the following day. She agreed, acknowledging that they had much to discuss about the future, but now was not the time, honoring the past was their priority. As he made his way to the room assigned to him, Jaehaerys found himself observing the walls around him while also studying the map he held in his hand. Later that night, he struggled to find sleep, and as dawn broke, he rose with the morning light. To his surprise, he discovered that Lady Went was an early riser as well. After sharing breakfast with her and Arthur, he suggested they talk in the Godswood. He offered her his arm, which she took, and together they walked, discussing Oswell. Jaehaerys noted that her memories, like Arthur's, were a blend of happiness and sorrow. The Godswood at Harrenhal was vast, almost 6 times the size of Winterfell, and the great weirwood tree was equally impressive. Its face, however, was not welcoming. Jaehaerys found himself captivated by the 13 marks carved into it. These were made during the dance, were they not? He asked. Lady Went nodded. They were, Your Grace. They bleed every spring. He turned to her, inviting her to take a seat as he settled down beside her. It's true that you have no family, my lady, he inquired as they sat. It is, Your Grace. When I die, my home will be fought over by distant relatives. I believe your cousins may have a claim, she replied with a sad smile. It is about that I wish to speak to you, Lady Shella. You have heard of my plans for the realm? He asked. She shook her head. The regions of the realm are disparate, my lady. This creates a disconnect between those who live in them and those who rule over them. Such a disconnect can breed resentment, lead to ambition, and create strife, something my family has suffered from greatly. As king, I intend to take steps to minimize as much strife as I can. A wise choice, Your Grace, she said, smiling. To that end, he continued. I intend for House Targaryen to be represented throughout the realm, Jaehaerys said. My aunt will hold Dragonstone in her own name. Queen's Crown in the north, the Tower of Joy in Dorne, Dunstonbury in the Reach, Tarbeck Hall in the west, and I have yet to decide on a location in the Vale. All of these will be held by my family, either my own children or my aunt and uncles. However, 2 keeps will definitely belong to me, Summerhall is one, and… You wish Harrenhal to be the other, Shella interjected. Jae nodded in agreement. I will rebuild the keep, my lady, starting now with you present. I'll garrison it, and while you live, I will ensure that you and your lands thrive under your name. I'll incorporate your sigil with mine, the black bat and the 3-headed dragon flying high. I ask only for your consent, he said softly. And what if I do not give it? She asked, curiosity flickering in her eyes. Then I'll wait until you pass and take the lands, my lady. I ask out of courtesy for you and for Ser Oswell, but not out of necessity. I want you to grant me this, so you can live your final days knowing that, just as Ser Oswell did, you too will be helping to shape the realm to come, he replied, looking intently at her. She was silent for a moment before a smile broke across her face. She rose and walked over to him, placing a gentle hand on his shoulder. "It pleases me that Oswell serve the true king, your grace. His death had meaning, he died for a cause and a king he believed in. It is an honor for my house that his name shall be remembered alongside your father's and your own. You honor me by coming to speak with me personally, and by naming one of your children as the new lord or lady of Harrenhal, you honor me greatly. You have my consent, your grace, but more than that, you have my best wishes. I wish you and your family nothing but good fortune, and my only regret is that neither Oswell nor I will be around to see the world you build." With that, Shella turned and walked away. Jae glanced at Arthur, who nodded in return. He then knelt before the heart tree, offering prayers for the future, for his children, and for the world they would inherit. Once he finished, he rose and walked out of the God's Wood, with Arthur following closely behind as they made their way to the gate. When Rhaenys landed, Jae climbed onto her back and looked toward the walls, spotting Lady Shella standing there, watching him. He nodded, and she appeared to nod back. Turning his gaze to Rhaenys and the north, he thought about reaching White Harbor by late afternoon. He wondered if his wife had arrived yet. A smile spread across his face as he gave Rhaenys the command to fly, hoping to find rest in Margaery's arms that night. "Suvgan Rhaenys, G. Jelmer," he said, urging, "Fly, Rhaenys, we go north." With that, Rhaenys took to the sky. Chapter 152, A Tree with Many Branches. White Harbor, 299 AC. Sansa had enjoyed her visit to Dorne and the weddings that took place there, but something was missing. Now, as they sailed into White Harbor, she realized exactly what that was. Spotting the Western Wolf already docked, her excitement surged at the thought of Willis being here. She quickly scanned the dock but couldn't see him among the unfamiliar figures, and for a brief moment, worry crept in. Had he not come? Was something wrong? Did he not wish to see her as she did him? These fleeting thoughts caused her to frown, a concern that didn't go unnoticed by Margaery. "Look, Sansa. Jae and Willis," Margaery said, drawing her attention to the two men emerging from behind a group. Sansa's smile beamed when she saw both her brother and Willis were indeed there. She wasn't sure how she managed to resist the urge to wave, but she heard Margaery's laugh when Joy waved at all of them. Sansa turned back to the docks just in time to see Jae returning Joy's wave. The smile that lit up Joy's face was genuine and full. But soon, Sansa's gaze was drawn back to Willis, and her smile widened when she noticed he was looking at her too. She found herself eagerly anticipating the upcoming night in White Harbor and the journey onward to Winterfell. "Come, we should make ready," Margaery said, prompting Sansa, Joy, and Eleanor to follow the queen to her cabin. It would be some time before they docked, and the northern weather was something she hadn't felt in quite a while. It wouldn't just be Margaery changing her clothing. She took one last look at the docks, and then Margaery pointed out Martin, who, now that they had moved away, was waving at a green-haired girl who was waving back. It took Sansa a moment to realize it was Willa. That knowledge comforted her somewhat, knowing that she wasn't the only one with someone special waiting for her. Sansa was not alone in her excitement to reunite with someone she cared for. She, Margaery, and Martin all felt the same anticipation. As she glanced at Margaery, Sansa noticed it wasn't just joy that illuminated the queen's face at Jae's arrival. There was a hint of trepidation that Margaery seemed to be releasing, some fear that Jae might not be there when they arrived, but that worry had now faded away. By the time the ship docked, they were ready. The Kingsguard escorted Margaery down the gangplank, where Jae greeted his queen with a warmth that bypassed all protocol. They embraced and kissed deeply, a moment that made Sansa glance from them to Willis, wishing they could share a similar reunion. Impatience bubbled within her as she waited to greet Willis. While Jae might have disregarded protocol, there were still formalities to observe. Lord Wyman welcomed the king, and then Jae turned to Joy, who had unwittingly stepped in front of Sansa. "It's good to see you, little sister. Did the journey go well?" Jae asked as he finally embraced her. It did, Sansa replied, and he smiled at her, ushering her along much faster than usual. His subtle nod toward Willis indicated that he was moving quickly for her benefit, a gesture she greatly appreciated. As others were greeted, Sansa found herself standing before Willis. The smile on his face mirrored her own. "Lady Sansa, it's so very good to see you again," he said formally, though his smile never wavered, and his gaze held hers with warmth. "You too, Lord Willis. I trust your journey was uneventful," she inquired. "It was, my lady. Though I must say, I'm most pleased to be here now," he replied, kissing her hand. A delightful shiver ran up her arm at his touch. "Will you be traveling in the carriage with us, my lord?" she asked eagerly. "I believe you and I are to share a carriage, my lady. His Grace wishes to ride with her Grace, and Lady Joy, I've been told," Willis said, glancing fondly at Jay, who was on his knees, playfully getting his face licked by Ghost. Meanwhile, Tommen was leading Winter and Apples off the ship. If this were another time and place, Sansa might have felt a twinge of jealousy that it was Joy riding with her brother. But in this moment, she could only smile warmly at Jay, silently thanking him for arranging this for her benefit. It took Jay a little while to help Joy into the carriage. The girl was curious about why they weren't riding their horses and was told they would have plenty of time for that tomorrow. Eventually, Willis offered her his arm, guiding her to the carriage. He opened the door and helped her inside before climbing in beside her. Who kissed whom first, Sansa couldn't say, but she didn't care. The kiss was soft and sweet, and she welcomed it wholeheartedly. She felt his hand reach out to hold hers just as the carriage began to move. They talked about their journeys, with Willis asking her about the wedding, while Sansa inquired about how long he and Jay had been in White Harbor. He explained that he had arrived the day before and that Jay had come a day or so earlier. They fell into an easy conversation as the carriage rolled toward the new castle. "What happened with Lord Harding, Sansa?" Willis asked, catching her off guard. "What?" "Nothing," she replied, trying to push the memory from her mind. "Sansa, something happened. Sir Richard told me to keep an eye on the man." "What did he say to you? Did he do something?" Willis asked, concern etching his features. Sansa shook her head. "He made some comments, but it was nothing, really. Fawn soon sent him on his way," she said softly. "What comments?" he pressed. She looked at him, reluctant to share the foolish insults the Lord had directed at her. "Sansa, please," he urged. Taking a deep breath, she decided to explain. "I was walking." Sansa was with Eleanor and a few other ladies when Lord Harold approached them. At first, he was nothing but pleasant and polite, but that changed quickly once she made it clear that his attention was unwelcome. As she recounted what he had said about Willis, she hesitated. But when she felt him squeeze her hand, she pressed on. "He called him a crippled lord," she said, her voice steady. "He suggested that a lady like me needed a man who could use all his limbs. He said I was wasting my time on half a man and should go to my father or the king to break my betrothal. I told him I wouldn't, that I never would. You are twice the man he is, and still, he wouldn't stop." It was only when Fawn moved toward him that he finally backed off. Sansa's anger flared again, just as it had when she set Fawn on the falcon. "Fawn moved, or you made her move?" Willis asked with a smirk. He was being rude and annoying. "He had no right to speak about you that way, no right at all," she replied firmly. She heard a small laugh escape Willis before he leaned in to kiss her once more. "My fierce she-wolf," he said, pulling back slightly, and Sansa felt a surge of pride at his words. "He's a fool," she giggled. "Very much so if he dared to raise the ire of Sansa Stark," Willis smiled. "He did raise my ire." "I'm sorry I didn't tell you sooner," she said softly. "I wasn't needed." "My honor was defended most capably," he replied, making her grin as she leaned into him. Willis held her hand, and she rested against his shoulder. That night, while Jade danced with Marjorie and Joy without once asking Sansa to leave her seat, just as she had hoped, she remained lost in conversation with Willis. They were wrapped up in their own world, and despite the music, dancing, and feasting happening all around them, that connection made the night worthwhile for her. Of course, the kiss they shared when he escorted her to her room later that evening only added to the magic of the night. As far as she was concerned, it didn't hurt. The North, 299 AC, Marjorie missed spending the night with her husband, even if it meant sharing a strange bed. The tent was comfortable, but it couldn't compare to the warmth of being indoors, even if Jay seemed to be enjoying their situation immensely. He had teased her more than once during their journey from White Harbor, delighting in reminding her that she had been spoiled growing up in a warm keep in the South. Marjorie had pointed out repeatedly that he had enjoyed similar luxuries. His only response had been to stick out his tongue at her, which had made her laugh and showed that his mood was lighter than she had expected, especially considering the solemnity with which he discussed returning Ser Oswell and Ser Gerald's remains. Despite the teasing, she welcomed his playful spirit, though it was starting to annoy her. That was why she was now dressed in riding breeches, determined to take part in the race. Jay had teased her about never winning, which only fueled her determination. "Are you sure about this, Your Grace?" Eleanor asked from behind her, just as Marjorie heard Jay's laughter as he conversed with Martin, Loras, Tommen, Joy, and the others participating in the event. "I mean to teach my husband a lesson, Eleanor," Marjorie replied with determination. "As you wish, Your Grace." "I wish you good fortune," Eleanor said. Just then, Marjorie heard a gasp and footsteps behind her. She turned to see Jay standing there, pretending to glare at Eleanor. Her cousin looked between them, almost pleading for a way out. "Choosing sides, Eleanor?" "That's so disappointing of you," Jay said, and Marjorie rolled her eyes at his teasing. Your Grace." "Her Grace is." Eleanor stumbled through her words. "Jay, stop teasing my cousin," Marjorie said, shaking her head. Eleanor laughed as she glanced between Marjorie and Jay, who smiled back at her. "Forgive me, Lady Eleanor, I meant no harm," Jay said. Eleanor nodded and hurried away. "Did you really need to do that?" Marjorie asked, a hint of reproach in her voice. "I didn't need to, but I wanted to," Jay replied, prompting Marjorie to snort. She squealed a little when he playfully grabbed her. "Does my wife need my assistance to mount her horse?" he teased. "I do not. I'll have you know I've been riding horses as long as you have, Jaehaerys Targaryen," she replied as she attempted to mount. But Jay stopped her. "You don't need to do this, Marjorie," he said softly. "I intend to beat you, Jay, both you and Joy," she declared, feeling a surge of determination despite knowing she might not actually win. "We should wish the others good fortune, my queen," Jay suggested. Marjorie nodded and walked alongside him. As they approached the others, she sensed something off in the way they looked at her. The feeling intensified when Jay mounted Winter as soon as they reached the group, smirking at her as he prepared to start the race without her. "You wouldn't dare," she said, moving to stop him. "Dare to what?" Jay replied, feigning innocence, while giggles erupted from their friends. "Jaehaerys Targaryen, don't you?" Her words were cut short by the booming voice of Ser Walder, calling for them to get ready, set, and go. The horses took off, and the only sound louder than the pounding hooves on the frozen ground was her laughter. Just as she prepared to argue with her husband, Ser Walder swooped in from behind and lifted her up, while Jay took her hand, and before she could even react. Marjorie sat in front of her husband on Winter's back, relishing the warmth of his arms around her and the exhilarating speed as they galloped across the ground. "I thought," she shouted, her voice barely audible over the thunder of hooves, "my wife wished to beat me, yet here she is, riding ahead of me. Now all we need to do is win." Jay's playful challenge rang out as they sped past Loras and Martin, leaving only Joy ahead of them. Marjorie glanced back to see Joy's bright smile as she looked over her shoulder. With determination, she urged Winter to go faster, feeling her heart race as they closed the gap. Joy's laughter echoed in the air as the turning point loomed closer. They reached the turn first, and Marjorie marveled at how far ahead they were of the others. Soon, they were neck and neck with Joy, the finish line just a short distance away. A flicker of doubt crossed Marjorie's mind. Would riding with Jae on Winter lead to their defeat? As fate would have it, they crossed the finish line by the narrowest of margins. "See, you won," Jae exclaimed as Winter slowed down. Marjorie turned to kiss him as they came to a stop. "I almost had you," Joy said cheerfully, approaching on apples. "Margie beat us both, Joy," Jae replied, and Marjorie nearly fell from the horse when Joy bowed before riding away. "I thought she would be a sore loser," Marjorie murmured, planting another soft kiss on Jae. "No, that's only when I cheat," Jae laughed, helping her down from Winter. They took a moment to rest the horses, watering them while they set up camp and prepared for the next leg of their journey. Marjorie decided to ride her horse instead of taking the carriage, finding that the cold didn't bother her as much after the race. Each time she looked at Jae, she could see how much he enjoyed having her beside him on horseback. With that thought, she resolved to ride into Winterfell this way. Unfortunately, it was not something she would be able to do. As their last day of travel began, the snow started to fall, forcing Marjorie to ride inside the carriage after all. Jae, however, braved the snow on horseback, with Ghost and Fong by his side, leading the way. When they finally arrived at Winterfell, they were met with a muted welcome. A rider had been sent ahead to inform them that no formal greeting was necessary, something Marjorie had anticipated Lord Stark would do anyway. But Sansa had assured her that her father would have made an effort to welcome the king properly, even in such weather. Ultimately, Marjorie was relieved that the reception would be held indoors. They entered an almost empty courtyard and were quickly ushered into the Great Hall, where Lord Stark, Lady Elle, and most of the lords of the North were already on their knees, waiting for them. Marjorie glanced at Jae, who nodded, and together they made their way to the front of the hall, allowing Lord Stark to follow protocol and welcome them to his keep and to the north. "Winterfell is yours, your graces," Lord Stark said, and Jae smiled in response. "I thank you for your welcome, uncle." "Please rise, my lords," Jae replied, turning to the others in the room, and soon enough, they were all back on their feet. The rest of the greetings were thankfully brief. Marjorie spent some time chatting with Lady Elle and inquired about her baby, feeling a slight disappointment when she learned he was sleeping in his nursery. When they were finally shown to their rooms, Marjorie felt more than ready for bed. The exhaustion she hadn't felt during the journey suddenly hit her, and she nearly collapsed onto the mattress. "No sleeping, my love. We've got a feast to attend," Jae said as he lay down beside her. "You go." "I'll stay here," she replied, half joking. "Are you truly that tired?" Jae asked, rolling onto his side to look down at her. "Not truly, no. I just..." "Jae, can we retire early?" she asked, her voice softening. "Is my wife well?" Jae asked, his brow furrowing with concern as he reached over to touch her forehead. "Should I fetch Uncle Eamon?" "No, I'm fine. It's just that the thought of a long night doesn't fill me with joy," she replied, looking at him. "Then I'll make sure it's not too long, my love," he said, bringing a smile to her face. True to his word, they stayed only as long as was polite. Jae engaged in conversation with his uncle while Marjorie noticed the curious glances from the northern lords as they excused themselves from the feast. Let them think that was the reason for their departure, she thought. In some ways, they might even be right. Even after almost a year of marriage, she still welcomed her husband's touch with eagerness. But tonight was different. She felt her eyelids grow heavy as they reached their room. Jae helped her undress and even brushed her hair for her. Marjorie fought to stay awake, resisting the pull of sleep as he worked. When he carried her to their bed, she nestled close to him, craving his warmth even more when he lay down beside her. "Thank you," she murmured, resting her head on his chest. "Sleep, my love. The storm will be gone by morning," Jay said softly, and she closed her eyes. Almost immediately, she embraced the darkness of sleep. In Winterfell, in the year 299 AC, Ser Rodrik Castle observed the king and queen interacting not as rulers, but as equals among those around them. It was eye-opening for him, not because of who they were, but because of the roles he had assumed they would be forced to take. He had seen how Robert behaved, how little interest he showed in those he deemed unimportant, and how he treated Lord Stark differently than he did with others. While Robert wasn't dismissive, it was clear he considered most to be beneath him. In stark contrast, King Jaehaerys and Queen Margaery treated everyone equally. Rodrik noticed their regal presence, an aura that suggested their authority, but it was their kindness that truly set them apart. The servant who brought their food, whether a lord, knight, guard, or someone they considered a friend or family, stood in stark contrast to those who had worn the crown before them. Jaehaerys and Alysanne, as some had taken to calling them, made Rodrik smile whenever he heard those names. To see Jon Snow, now rightfully known as Jaehaerys Targaryen, was a sight he greatly appreciated. The boy had grown into a fine man, and even before he officially wore the crown, the North had already benefited greatly from him. Rodrik watched as the king sparred with two young squires. The older boy was clearly more talented, yet both received equal treatment from their king. It reminded him of the lessons he had tried to impart to Lord Robb and Jaehaerys during their training sessions. A wry smile crossed his face as he recalled those moments. Hearing footsteps behind him, Rodrik turned to see his nephew Jory approaching, who joined him in watching the king put the boys through their paces. "Does it make you proud, uncle?" Jory asked. "What?" Rodrik replied. "To know you played your part." "Look at the guards," Jory said, gesturing around. Rodrik noticed how many of the Winterfell guards were captivated by the sparring before them. "He was trained by Lord Jaime and Ser Arthur Dayne, Jory," Rodrik said modestly. "And by Ser Rodrik Castle too, uncle. Don't take my word for it. Ser Walder and Ser Arthur both say it's something the king mentions when he talks about where he learned the sword." "You're in fine company, uncle, and you're worthy of it," Jory said, giving him a pat on the back before walking away. Rodrik found himself smiling genuinely at that, watching the sparring with renewed enthusiasm as Jaehaerys faced both boys. When the king caught his eye, he beckoned Rodrik over, and soon the truth of Jory's words became even more apparent as Rodrik listened in disbelief. Jaehaerys introduced himself to the two boys, who eagerly asked if he would give them a lesson. Swelling with pride, he agreed, and soon he had them both moving through their paces. As Rodrik watched, he noticed that the crowd had grown. Now the queen and most of the lords of the north were observing. "Ser Rodrik, I was hoping to speak to you and Jory in private. Could you meet me in the God's Wood in about an hour?" The king asked after Rodrik finished and placed the swords back on their rack. "Of course, Your Grace," Rodrik replied. It took him some time to locate Jory, and as they stood in the God's Wood, he wondered what the king wanted to discuss. Jory appeared just as eager as he was to uncover the reason for the meeting, and though they didn't have to wait long, the anticipation felt agonizing. The chill in the air and the stillness of the God's Wood, though peaceful, felt oddly unwelcoming. When the king finally arrived, Rodrik was surprised to see him carrying a chest as he approached. Ser Arthur and Ser Loras walked alongside him, standing a little distance away as the king neared them. "Your Grace," Rodrik said, bowing, with Jory mirroring his gesture. "Ser Rodrik, Jory," the king replied, his voice soft, almost a whisper. "Secrets are terrible things, I've found, necessary at times, but terrible all the same. They allow lies to spread, untruths to be believed, and sometimes the consequences of those untruths are far too great to bear." "Your Grace?" Rodrik asked, confusion evident in his voice. Letters were written, hidden, or destroyed. Lies were spread, and before it could be stopped, a realm was at war, and all our lives were forever changed. At a tower in Dorne, 7 men rode, believing these lies. They rode to rescue my mother and me, though they knew it not. They faced men who strove to do their duty and protect their king, and because of secrets, lies, and untruths led to the downfall of good men. Though they were mourned, they never received their due or a chance to rest with their families. I beg your forgiveness for taking far too long to right this particular wrong, the king said. Roderick glanced at the chest, gasping as the king knelt and held it out in front of him. He turned to Jory, watching realization dawn on his face about what the chest contained. Jory's eyes began to water as the king spoke again. It is with great sadness and the utmost respect that I now return Ser Martin Castle to his family. I dub him a knight of the realm, a good man and true. I swear to his blood in this sacred place that his name shall not be forgotten, and his deeds shall not go unrecorded, the king proclaimed, as Jory moved to take the chest from him. I thank you, your grace, for returning my brother to me and to his son, Jory said, his voice thick with emotion. It was my honor to do so, Ser Roderick, Jory, the king replied, rising to his feet. He left them alone to mourn Martin. After a moment, Jory opened the chest to look at the bones inside. Roderick felt a sense of relief seeing that they had been entrusted to the Silent Sisters and cared for so well. They stood quietly for a time before Jory nodded and placed the chest on the ground. Kneeling, he said a prayer at the weirwood before rising, and together they left the God's Wood. Over the next few days, Roderick witnessed the king returning the bones of Ser Ethan Glover, Ser William Dustin, Ser Theon Wool, and Ser Mark Ricewell, only the latter not being knighted in death by the king. Each time, afterward, the king would spend hours alone in the sparring yard, going through his forms. It was only after he had completed the last of the returns that Roderick interrupted him, surprised to find tears in Jaehaerys' eyes. As he turned away, the king spoke softly, "Forgive me, Ser Roderick." He wiped his eyes, his voice thick with emotion. "There is nothing to forgive, your grace," Roderick replied gently. "I wanted to thank you again for what you did, for Martin and for the others." He offered a sad nod in acknowledgement. "It should have been sooner. In truth, it should never have happened at all. Those men did not need to fall," the king said, taking a sip of water from a mug. "All men fall, your grace. Neither you nor I have the power to stop that, only the gods," Roderick said, meeting the king's gaze. "My mother was a true wolf, your grace. Rightly or wrongly, my brother may have ridden out for a lie, but he believed he was riding for your mother. That he died believing that was something he would have accepted with honor. So let no man convince you otherwise, he did so with a full heart." Roderick's words brought a nod of understanding from the king. As he turned to walk away, he paused and glanced back at the boy, who had his eyes closed. Roderick wondered if the words he was about to share would bring the comfort he intended. He hoped they would. Had he lived, he would have been proud to call you his king and offer you his sword, as I am, your grace. With that, Roderick turned and walked away, leaving the king to shed more tears. In Winterfell, in the year 299 AC, Robb looked down at the clothing he wore, marveling at its quality. He had always dressed well, but never like this, even on the most significant occasions. Standing in the God's Wood had been one experience, but the wedding held just before the snow fell had been quick and simple. Winifred had been led to him by her father, and they had knelt together to swear their vows before the old gods. Following that, the High Septon had conducted another ceremony, one in which he and his wife, had. Robb had sworn another set of vows, this time to the 7. He hadn't asked for it, nor had his father, but it was Jay who had suggested the idea. His father welcomed the thought but also wanted to know if it was truly what Robb wished to do. As they walked into the great hall, Robb remembered his father's words, "You don't need to do this, son. You're of the north, and our gods are the old gods." "They are," Robb replied, "but there are those in the north who follow the 7, not just Winifred and her family, but also in Wintertown. If I'm to be their lord one day, I must be married in both faiths. They are to be my people, after all. He glanced at his father and Elle, still seeing that same look of pride on his father's face as when he first shared his decision. They walked slowly, Robb holding Winifred's hand, with Jae and Margaery, for once, not leading the way. They might be the king and queen, but his brother had told him that this day belonged to him and Winifred, and Robb wholeheartedly agreed. Once inside the hall, he guided his wife to the high table, pulling out her seat for her to sit down. He watched as he smoothed her dress before she settled in. From the first moment he saw her, he had thought her beautiful. Even with his childish heart, he had felt something for her. Fostering, spending time with her, talking, arguing, and simply gazing at her over the years had revealed the depth of those feelings. Now, looking at her and knowing she was his and he was hers, Robb felt it would take an army to wipe the smile from his face. "My husband is happy?" Winifred asked, looking at him. "My wife makes me blissfully so," he replied as he took his seat, her smile sending a jolt through his heart. It took some time for everyone to be seated, Winifred's family, Jae and Margaery, his father, and Elle all finding their places at the table. At the high table, the lords and ladies of the north were seated according to Winifred's careful choices. His wife had a knack for politics that even his father lacked. She not only knew where to place everyone but also understood the reasons behind those decisions. Robb noticed the Umbers sitting with the Reeds, as both houses were set to be united by marriage when Jojen and Liara came of age. Torrhen Karstark, the lord of Moat Cailin, sat with them, and he and his betrothed, Lady Mira, seemed a promising match. Robb glanced over to see the Ricewells, Dustins, and Boltons seated together, with Lord Domeric and Lady Miranda among his kin. The Targaryens were at the table with the Mormonts and the Lannisters, families united by marriage and blood, as Jae was nearly as much a Lannister as he was a Stark. He caught sight of Cregan, whose attention was drawn to where the Karstark sat with the Glovers. His cousin and Lady Alice had been spending a lot of time together, and Robb knew his father favored such a match. "Could you have placed Lady Alice any closer?" he whispered softly. "There is perfect, my love," Winifred replied. It took Robb a moment to realize that Alice and Cregan were facing each other, ensuring they would always be in each other's line of sight. "How could you?" he began, marveling at how she had known to arrange it this way, but Winifred silenced him with a kiss. His father rose to deliver a welcoming speech, thanking the king and queen for attending his wedding and the gods for making it such a joyous occasion. Then the feast began in earnest, and immediately Robb noticed the difference from the feasts his father or Lady Elle would host. Though it still bore the hallmarks of a Winterfell feast, there were distinct hints of White Harbor woven throughout. The dishes and the pageantry reminded him more of his time at the new castle than at Winterfell, and he found himself captivated. Robb savored the moment even more because of it. He drank sparingly, a detail that didn't go unnoticed by his wife, who blushed, aware of his intentions. He could sense her pleasure in it. Jae certainly did too, offering Robb a nod and a smile when he saw him take a sip of ale instead of downing it like many others in the Great Hall. Robb longed to be there when they retired to their room for the first time. Winifred deserved nothing less, and they had waited so long to be together as husband and wife. It was the least he could do. Though he felt a wave of nervousness about being with a woman for the first time, he took comfort in knowing that his wife shared his unease when she looked at him. As the last of the dishes were cleared, Robb found himself almost eager to hit the dance floor. The thought of holding his wife in his arms, gazing into her eyes, and feeling her embrace was something he deeply desired. However, there was one more thing to attend to. He glanced at Jae and nodded, prompting his brother to rise and begin the gift-giving. "My lords, my ladies, it's time to present the gifts for the newlyweds," Jae announced as he took Margaery's hand and they stepped away from the table. Robb watched as Ser Arthur and Ser Walder entered the hall, carrying 2 saddles. He felt a pang of disappointment when they were laid at their feet. It wasn't that the saddles themselves were unimpressive, they were magnificent, but the fact that they were gifts from the king and queen of the Seven Kingdoms felt so impersonal, lacking a certain warmth. He noticed that his disappointment was mirrored in the expressions of some guests in the hall. Many years ago, I received 2 gifts that have served me better than any others since. They became a part of my life, they became my friends, and no man could ask for better companions than they, Jay continued, leaving Robb feeling a bit perplexed. Winifred first gazed at the saddles before turning her attention to him. Jay smiled, closing his eyes briefly before opening them again to look at Marjorie, then continuing. One of those gifts is from the north, a white wolf that I'm sure all of you know by now, Jay said, prompting laughter from the crowd. The other is a horse bred by my wife's brother, Lord Willis. Winter, who I know has left quite an impression on those who have seen her. Recently, Winter gave birth to 2 foals, a colt and a filly. I can think of no one more deserving of these horses than my brother and his new wife. Jay smiled at Robb, who glanced back at the saddles and then at Winifred, who was beaming. The gift now held a deeper meaning, it was far from impersonal. His brother was giving him something that truly mattered. I thank you, Your Grace, on behalf of my wife and me. We are most grateful, Robb said, as his brother nodded in acknowledgement. To ride, of course, you'll need to be dressed for it, Marjorie interjected. Robb watched as 2 packages were carried to the table by Ser Loras. I hope I got the sizes right, Marjorie said, as Winifred opened the package and smiled radiantly. Your Grace, you honor us, Winifred exclaimed, holding up the breeches and tunic, riding gear in the style that Marjorie herself wore, which Winifred had admired just the day before. Jay and Marjorie took their seats, followed by Robb's father Enel, who presented him with a sword and dagger set, more clothing for Winifred, and coin to furnish their household. The gifting continued for some time, filled with practical items, linens, furnishings, offers of crops, and hunting rights. Lord Reed gifted him an incredible bow, while Winifred received exquisite jewelry from the guests. As Lord Wyman stood before the Lannisters, he presented them with a dual gift. First, he provided a group of men to serve as their guards, funded by White Harbor. Alongside this, he offered a generous sum of coin, intended to properly furnish their new rooms. While he appreciated the gifts, his true pleasure came later in the evening. Once the tables and chairs were cleared, he finally had the chance to dance with his new wife. He barely registered the music, even though he knew Jay was singing. His focus was solely on the woman in his arms. Dancing with her, and watching her twirl with Jay as he did with Marjorie, made the night seem to fly by. Before he knew it, the hall erupted with chants. Bed them. It's time to bed them. Robb felt his anger rise, ready to stand and declare that there would be no bedding and that no man would lay eyes on his wife but him. Just then, Winifred reached out to touch his hand. She smiled softly, reassuring him as she glanced at his brother. Despite his anger, he found himself listening to her words. In the end, his fears turned out to be unfounded, at least regarding Winifred. Robb nearly laughed out loud when he saw the king and the king's guard escorting Winifred to their rooms. He would have laughed even more when Walder slapped someone's hand away from her, but at that moment, his own clothing was being torn from him. He couldn't fathom where all these ladies had come from, but by the time he reached his room, only his hands shielded his modesty. My poor husband, Winifred chuckled as the door shut behind him. She stood fully dressed while he stood there, hands cupped over himself. The cold air couldn't quell the heat rising within him as, with a smile, his wife began to undress. As the dress was placed on a chair, she untied her hair, letting it cascade down onto her shoulders. He nearly moaned aloud when she began to remove her small clothes, her eyes fixed on him the entire time. His hands were no longer large enough to cover his growing desire. Come to bed, husband, Winifred said, looking at him with an intensity he had never experienced from a woman before. Happily, wife, he replied, hearing her soft gasp as he removed his hands to take hers. In Winterfell, 299 AC, Aemon had been blind the last time he visited, unable to appreciate the sights of one of the oldest keeps in Westeros. Now, he was making up for lost time, reveling in daily discoveries. The hot springs, the glass gardens, the God's Wood with its magnificent weirwood, and the library, everything was new to him, and he found he couldn't get enough of what Winterfell had to offer. Jaehaerys seemed equally eager to explore the keep, though it was the flowers in the glass gardens that truly captivated her, especially the blue ones. They were sitting there, admiring the blooms when their nephew, Jae, walked in. He smiled upon seeing them and nearly laughed at the sight of Jaehaerys basking in the warmth of the place. "Miss Essos that much, Aunt?" Jae asked jovially. "The warmth is welcome, Jae, especially here," Jaehaerys replied, as Jae reached to touch one of the blue flowers. A wistful, sad look crossed his face. "These were my mother's favorites. When my father crowned her his queen of love and beauty, it was with a crown made of these. They evoke memories for me now. Where once they only reminded me of the sadness and loss I felt about my mother, now they leave me with a sense of." He let the thought linger, allowing his nephew to drift off into his own reflections, his mind seemingly lost in the past. Jae paused for a moment, and Aemon chose not to interrupt him. "Forgive me," Jae said softly a moment later, taking a seat. "You haven't come here just to talk about flowers, have you, Jae?" Jaehaerys asked, raising an eyebrow. Jae shook his head. "No, Aunt. I'm leaving tomorrow for the Wall and beyond it. I intend to meet with the Free Folk and see if we can reach an accord. But there's something else I need to address, Bloodraven." He glanced at Jaehaerys. "You want me to come with you?" she asked, her expression serious. He nodded. "I was selfish and unprepared when I set out to deal with him. I was so focused on what I thought needed to be done that I forgot there were others Bloodraven must answer to. Ser Walder was not pleased with me, and I assume you weren't either." He let out a small laugh. "I both long for and fear seeing him again, Jae, but it's what must be done," Jaehaerys replied softly. "Do you have any idea where he is?" "The lands beyond the Wall are vast," Aemon inquired, looking at his nephew. "I do. I was given a map to his location. Apparently, he's in a glade with some children of the forest. One of them is likely the one Kinvara spoke of, and at least one is on our side," Jae explained before rising and encouraging Aemon to do the same. "I know you wanted to see below the crypts, Uncle. I think it's best we do that now." "Is it, Jaehaerys?" Aemon asked, glancing at her. She shook her head. "I'll leave that to you both. I should prepare for our journey. I'll go make sure Regal and Renix are well rested and fed." As the three of them left the glass gardens, they found Ser Arthur and Ser Walder waiting outside. Aemon walked beside his nephew as they headed toward the crypts, feeling a surge of excitement reminiscent of his boyhood days when he would gaze upon Dragonstone. The distance loomed before him. For the longest time, he had attributed his excitement to the fact that he would soon be walking in the footsteps of his ancestors. But over the years, he realized it was something deeper, the thrill of discovering something new that truly ignited that feeling within him. Whether it was books, fresh experiences, or visiting new places, each one made his heart race a little faster. As they entered the crypts, that same eagerness surged through him. The cool air did nothing to diminish his anticipation. Even when Jae paused to speak softly to the statue of his mother, Aemon found himself urging him to move forward. When they finally reached the door, Aemon watched as Jae stopped and reached into his shirt to pull out a small pouch. He smeared blood on his hand, and Aemon observed as Jae did the same before placing their hands on the door. "Is Myson Geel, and Tea Rognaid, and Dragon Gymrid. Iaram Iantrail Ar and Tob Thal Agus Fragri Ar Deo and Gon Chiist." Jae spoke the words in a language he didn't fully understand, yet he recognized it as the old tongue. Aemon nearly jumped back when he felt a jolt in his arm, and as he looked closer, he saw runes begin to illuminate. Just when he thought things couldn't get any stranger, the door started to open. Though he had witnessed similar magic on Dragonstone, this felt even older, ice magic, a voice in his head whispered, and he tried to shake it off but found he couldn't. Still holding his hand, Jay led him into the darkness, and Eamon felt some of his excitement begin to fade. The oppressive weight of the dark pressed down on him, and thoughts of not belonging here threatened to overwhelm him. "Jay," he called, his voice cracking. "All is well, Uncle." "We're almost there," Jay assured him, and soon enough, they moved deeper into the shadows. Eamon began to notice a light emanating from beneath them. "How?" he asked, his curiosity piqued as the glow intensified, revealing the cave walls and the steps they were descending. "Magic, Uncle." "Old magic, ice magic," Jay replied, sending a shiver down Eamon's spine. When they reached the bottom and Eamon caught sight of the images on the walls for the first time, he nearly fell to his knees. There, he saw a white and bronze dragon unleashing flames upon a field filled with men, all with piercing blue eyes. A figure wielding a flaming sword battled another figure made of ice, while a white wolf and a white dragon stood protectively over a figure that held the sword high, kneeling in defiance. The walls were alive with more images: small children, kings, weirwoods, dragons, and men engaged in fierce battles, some falling in defeat. A storm loomed above, as if it were watching the struggles below, and then, astonishingly, an image of a sun shone brightly where the storm had once been. "What is all this, Jay?" Eamon asked, turning to his nephew. "Destiny, Uncle." "And it calls to me," Jay said, his gaze fixed on the wall. Winterfell, the wall, 299 AC, Jaehaerys Targaryen. Despite the joy he had felt at Robb's wedding and the warmth of being with his family again, each day seemed to weigh heavier on him. No matter how much he tried to relish his time with Marjorie, ride with Joy, or spar with Martin and Tommen, it felt as though he was merely postponing the inevitable. He felt like a starving man unable to satisfy his hunger, or a thirsty one with no water in sight. Each new morning only deepened his discontent. Jay felt as if he were trying to cram a lifetime of experiences into the few days left before his departure. No amount of prayer in the gods would, time spent with Ghost, or conversations with his sister could ease the growing turmoil within him. He knew Marjorie noticed, and that realization only added to his unease. Jay felt a sense of gratitude for bringing it up. The thought of expressing his feelings was daunting, as he believed it would only make those emotions feel more real. That's why he had welcomed the task of returning the bodies of those who fell at the Tower of Joy, despite the sadness it brought him. It distracted him from the reality that he would soon be leaving, uncertain of what awaited him. Would it be a betrayal from the free folk? A failure to reach an agreement with them, and all that would entail? Or perhaps a battle against a foe more powerful than himself? At times, these doubts threatened to overwhelm him, leaving him wondering where they were coming from. Why was he feeling this way when he had never experienced such uncertainty before? It wasn't until he found himself beneath the crypts with Eamon that he began to understand. Nan's words echoed in his mind, and as they did, a smile spread across his face. The ravens may be his, but they held no power here. While Eamon studied the images on the walls, Jay knelt down, reaching out to his sister, seeking her help and strength. He also reached out to Ghost, asking for the same support. After making arrangements with Eamon to stay as long as he wished, Jay climbed back up the stairs and emerged from the crypts. He spent some more time with his mother before stepping into the courtyard, his gaze sweeping across the keep until it landed on a raven watching him. The bird's pained cawing drew the attention of those around him, giving Jay a moment of peace to push the unsettling thoughts from his mind and offer a warning as the raven took flight. "I'm coming for you," he said softly as it soared away. The rest of the day turned out to be immensely enjoyable. He spent time with Joy and Sansa before heading to the archery range with Arya and Lyanna. He chatted with his uncle Ned and Ella, then spent some time with Rickon. He even talked with Cregan, cherishing these moments together. Jay turned to Jerian and Ashera, then to Loras, reminding him to stay by Marjorie's side while he was away. After that, he took a stroll through Wintertown with his wife, accompanied by their Kingsguard. They paused to chat with men, women, and children alike. Marjorie asked if anyone needed anything, and he could see her relief when they all shook their heads. As they approached the tavern, Jae smiled and took Marjorie's hand. She looked at him curiously as he led her inside. Once they entered, he spotted Ser Jacelyn serving drinks next to a young woman whose eyes widened at their arrival. "Your Grace," Ser Jacelyn said, moving to kneel as others in the tavern followed suit. Jae raised his hand, encouraging them to remain seated. "Ser Jacelyn, my wife and I would like to try some of your fare and buy these fine people an ale," Jae announced. Jacelyn stared at him as if he were joking. "Your coin is no good here, Your Grace," the young woman interjected, noticing Jae reach for his coin purse. "Nonsense, Lady Marla. I won't let you bear the cost of this," he replied, placing the pouch on the table in front of him. Marla looked at him as if he were mad, but she smiled nonetheless. "Perhaps you and your good lady would join us, Ser Jacelyn?" Marjorie suggested, causing Marla to gasp. "Your Grace, we'd be honored," Jacelyn replied after a brief moment of surprise. They sat together, enjoying conversation. Jae loudly praised Ser Jacelyn for saving his brother's life, and the young man humbly insisted he was merely doing what was right. The ale flowed freely, and by the time they left, night was settling in. A chill began to rise in the air, and Marjorie leaned closer to him as they walked back to the keep. Jae could sense her tension about the following day, yet she seemed to be in good spirits. She was tired, though, and the night they had shared together wasn't quite the one he had envisioned. The next morning, Jae woke up and began to dress, only for Marjorie to almost pull him back to their bed. The expression on her face was unmistakable. "My husband will surely not leave me unsatisfied," Marjorie said, her voice light, though there was a deeper meaning behind her words. "Never, my love," he replied, leaning down to kiss her. Later that day, as he stood by Renix in the clearing, Jae felt relieved he had asked her not to join him, even though it had pained them both to say goodbye so soon. He doubted he could bear to have her there, knowing she would be reluctant to see him leave. So, they had said their farewells alone in their room, and again briefly as he departed from Winterfell. Jae realized that while it felt wrong to leave in such a way when he had flown to Valyria, it was much easier on his heart. It wasn't just his wife he needed to say goodbye to. His sisters, brother, uncle, Jaehaerys, Ashera, and even Ghost all wanted to spend time with him before he left. "Are you ready for this?" he asked Walder as he and Arthur climbed onto Renix's back. "I must do this, Your Grace," Walder replied. Jae glanced over at his aunt as she mounted regal. "Suvgan Renix," he commanded. Moments later, they were soaring over Winterfell. His gaze was quickly drawn to a figure standing with two white cloaks behind her, watching as the dragons flew by. It took them 2 days to reach Castle Black, and Jae found himself wishing to stay no longer than necessary. As the dragons landed outside the castle gates, those who had never seen them before stared in awe. Walking through the gates, his unease grew as he noticed the men of the Golden Company and Dornish men casting unfriendly glances in his direction. He observed how both Arthur and Walder's hands hovered near their weapons. "Swords." "Your Grace," Jeor Mormont said as he rushed down the stairs. "Lord Commander," he added with a warm smile, though not overly friendly. The eyes of the men surrounding him made Jae feel it was best to keep his high regard for Jeor to himself. "We received a raven from your uncle, Your Grace. He and the wilding woman have arrived at Eastwatch," Jeor continued. "Then I must be on my way quickly if I'm to reach there tonight." "May we speak privately, Lord Commander?" Jae asked. Jeor nodded in agreement. As they walked up the steps, Jae heard a cough from Arthur and turned to see the knight gesturing toward a group of Dornishmen. Jae casually glanced over and noticed Quentyn Martell among them. The expression on Quentyn's face prompted Jae to nod at Arthur, signaling that he would keep him in his line of sight for the duration of their visit. When they entered the Lord Commander's rooms, the Dornishman declined the offer of food and ale, while Jaehaerys welcomed the chance to stand by the fire, as did Arthur. "You know where I'm going, Lord Commander?" Jae asked. I know. I wish it weren't so, but I understand," Jaehaerys replied, shaking his head. "Should we reach an accord, I'll be bringing them through the wall. I'll settle them on my lands, under my protection and subject to my laws. I know you and some of the men of the Watch may take issue with this, but it's what needs to be done." "I truly believe that," Jae explained, looking earnestly at Jaehaerys. "I do not, Your Grace. But you are my king, and it's not my place to tell you what you can or cannot do. You've proven many times that you are of the North. I may not agree with your decision, but I will support you in it," Jaehaerys stated firmly. "That's all I can ask for, Lord Commander," Jae replied with a smile and a nod. "Your Grace," Jaehaerys acknowledged. "The Dornishman and the Golden Company, are there any issues?" "Do you think there will be issues with them?" he asked curiously. "No, the princeling can be a bit of a pain, but he does follow orders," Jaehaerys replied with a chuckle. "If there are any problems, you'll let me know?" Jaehaerys nodded, but then his expression turned serious. "There is an issue you may be able to help me with, Your Grace. Ask it of me, Lord Commander. If it's something I can do, I'll do so gladly. It's Stannis Baratheon, Your Grace. I appointed him first ranger to replace your uncle Benjen. A couple of moons ago, I sent him ranging beyond the wall, and he hasn't returned. This is unlike him, Your Grace," Jaehaerys said, worry etched across his face. "You think the free folk might know of his whereabouts?" "I believe so, Your Grace. Stannis is not a man who shirks his duty," Jaehaerys replied. "That he is not. I'll speak to them, Lord Commander." "Your Grace," Jaehaerys said with a small bow, feeling relieved as he left Castle Black. Arthur had mentioned his dislike for the way Quentyn and the Dornishman regarded him and suggested that if they needed to return, they should bring more men. Seeing the concern in Arthur's face, Jae agreed, and he could tell Arthur only truly relaxed once they were in the air, heading toward Eastwatch. They arrived just as night began to fall and were greeted by Cotter Pike, the commander, who welcomed them with surprising cheer. Jae later learned this was due to the many supplies Benjen had brought along. He embraced his uncle and exchanged a few words with Val, discovering that she was hungry and tired, not in the mood for conversation or company. That night, as he lay in bed, Jae tried not to think about how cold and empty it felt. Though he wished to, he refrained from warging into ghost. It was hard enough to sleep alone, the thought of his wife doing the same felt like a bridge too far. After they broke their fast, he walked to the dragons and found Rhaenys agitated, though not as. Jae watched as Regal, the green dragon, fidgeted restlessly. He turned to his aunt, who was struggling to calm the creature. "What's wrong?" Jae asked Rhaenys. "That wall, Jae." "He won't fly over the wall," Rhaenys replied, gently stroking Regal's head. "Why not?" Jae inquired. "He says he cannot, he will not." "And you?" he asked, searching her eyes. "Where you go, I go." "Always," she said, and Jae smiled, leaning his head closer to hers. He walked over to his aunt and suggested she let Regal fly back to his brother in Winterfell. Jaehaerys looked at him thoughtfully before nodding in agreement. Jae watched as she reassured the dragon, telling him he didn't need to cross the wall. Almost instantly, Regal calmed down. Jaehaerys spent a little more time with him before he took to the air, soaring south in a flash. She climbed onto Rhaenys's back, along with Arthur, Walder, Benjen, and Val. Jae couldn't help but chuckle at the nervous expression on his uncle's face as they flew up into the sky and over the wall. In Winterfell, 299 AC, Aemon had spent nearly 4 days and nights deep within the caverns. He had slept, eaten, and even relieved himself there, so eager was he to absorb the images and uncover the stories they told. To Aemon, the images formed a narrative of their own, a beginning, middle, and end. Some sections were covered in dust, which he diligently uncovered, while others depicted various points of the story. He knew that some of these images were ones his nephew had never seen, and he worried about the reaction if he ever did. The narrative unfolded like a tree, with one trunk and many branches, all leading to a single climax, a confrontation between a man wielding a sword of fire and another with a sword of ice. It was the journey to that moment that captivated him, compelling him to spend countless hours deciphering its secrets. A king with a sword at his back, a lone tower draped in red, a white dragon, and a keep engulfed in green flames. Images of archers loomed from a hill, while dragons clashed in the sky above a shimmering lake. The more he examined the scenes, the more convinced he became that they chronicled his house's legacy, a field of fire, a king kneeling before another. He saw a dragon plummeting from the sky, a bolt lodged in her eye, and a woman on her knees, weeping over the lifeless body. This was his house, yet it felt foreign. Some images were false, some events hadn't occurred, and others perhaps were destined to unfold differently. Aemon followed the images until the final one brought him to his knees. Grabbing his parchments, he bolted up the stairs, nearly stumbling in his rush to escape this cursed place. When he reached the doors, the two guards were taken aback as he slammed it shut behind him, sealing it and hoping it would never be opened again. He brushed off their hands and hurried through the crypts. As he stepped into the light, he nearly collided with the last person he wanted to see at that moment. "Aemon, are you well? Should I send for Maester Luwin?" Marjorie asked, concern etched on her face. He shook his head, though his panic seemed to compel her to call for the Maester. "I'm well, Your Grace. Just tired. I think I need to rest in bed." "I'll be back to myself once I've slept," he replied, his voice calmer than he had anticipated. "You're sure, Aemon?" she pressed, and he nodded, moving away from her without looking back into those golden brown eyes, aware they were following him as he hurried into the keep. Once inside, he rushed to his room and poured himself some water, gulping it down before filling another mug. As his breathing steadied and his heart rate slowed, he moved to the window to draw in some fresh air. That's when he saw her, walking across the courtyard, a smile lighting her face. He laughed and took the time to speak with everyone. A queen, a true queen, and the woman his nephew loved more than anything in the world. As he looked at her, tears began to flow. "Nissa Nissa," Aemon whispered softly as he sank to the ground, cursing the cruelty of the gods. Chapter 153, We Only Make Friends with Our Enemies. Beyond the wall, 299 AC, Val had sailed to Eastwatch by the sea, nearly laughing when Ben-Jen told her they would be staying in the castle and that the king would come to them. Sleeping among the crows was not something she desired, but if she wanted to return beyond the wall, she had no choice. So, she endured the hateful glares, ignored the lustful stares, and stayed as close to Ben-Jen Stark as she could. Surprisingly, she found herself enjoying his company. He was not what she had expected. He was no longer a crow but rather a sort of Lord of the North, albeit without a keep or holding, as far as she knew. Despite his many years of fighting against her people, he didn't harbor the same hatred as the other crows. He seemed supportive of his nephew's ambitions. Yet, it was how he made her feel that both confused and delighted her. Ben-Jen Stark wished to claim her, which made her smile, but the longer he hesitated, the more she thought she might have to steal him for herself. She had planned to do just that, only to have her plans thwarted by the king's arrival. Ben-Jen spent the night in the king's room instead of his own, and as fierce as she believed herself to be, she had witnessed both knights accompanying the king in battle. So, as she lay alone that night, she devised another plan. She would steal him during the journey to meet with Mance. The cold nights by the fire, searching for warmth, would either ignite Ben-Jen's desire to claim her or sap his will when she took him for herself. Unfortunately, she would soon discover that the journey to Mance would be far shorter than she had anticipated. What do you mean we're going on dragons? She asked the woman with the witch's eyes, a name she had heard whispered, Jaehaerys. I mean we're to fly, Jaehaerys replied. On dragon back to this meeting with your king? Jaehaerys asked, her disbelief evident. All of us, she replied. Despite what seemed to be some trouble with the green dragon, Val realized she was indeed about to fly on one. The thought terrified her, a feeling she was relieved to see mirrored in Benjen's expression. The giant guard, the violet-eyed man, the witch-eyed woman, and the king all appeared eager, so Val forced herself to seem enthusiastic as well. The last thing she wanted was for them to think her people were afraid of anything. She watched as the king spoke to the dragon as if it were a horse. Though she couldn't hear his words, witnessing the interaction between the boy and the massive creature was beyond anything she had ever imagined. It was impressive to see something so colossal respond to a youth who had yet to reach manhood. Val had been struck by the king during her time in King's Landing. Both he and his queen, though young, were not what she had expected. She couldn't help but chuckle at the thought of how her people would react to him and the first impression he would make. Val had initially thought of him as a green and weak boy, but after witnessing him spar, finding herself on the receiving end of his blade, and seeing him command a dragon and a dire wolf, her perspective had changed. Now, as they soared through the sky, she was convinced he was the one destined to save her people from the threats looming on the horizon. After all, only the gods would allow a man to control a beast as powerful as a dragon. Does he know where he's going? She asked Benjen, who was in front of her, hoping her voice would carry in the wind. He knows, Benjen replied after a moment. Val nodded, gripping him tightly. She hadn't looked down yet. Instead, she focused on holding on and not letting the reality of flying sink in. For hours, she maintained this resolve, and finally, she found the courage to speak and gaze at the lands beneath her. Turning her head from the warmth of the fur, she took in the breathtaking view. Clinging to Benjen's cloak, Val looked down and felt a wave of dizziness wash over her. The view of trees, what might have been animals or people, and the winding rivers below was unforgettable. But it was the speed at which they flew past these sights that truly made her head spin. The dragon covered distances in mere moments that would take them a day to travel by horse or on foot. When they finally landed, Val was relieved. The night chill was creeping in, and the king had found an open space near some trees for them to rest for the night. As the dragon circled the area around their landing spot, Val felt a sense of relief. It showed the precautions the king was taking. After they landed, she turned to Benjen. Can you help me gather some wood for the fire? The king spoke to the dragon once more before sitting down and closing his eyes. Val didn't think much of it at first. She assumed he was simply tired from controlling the dragon. But when she and Benjen returned with the wood, she realized there was more to it. He's a warg? She asked, her shock evident. Very much so, the king replied, opening his eyes just as Val heard a crash behind her. A deer lay on the ground, an arrow from the giant guard's bow lodged in its side. She looked from the deer to the king, wondering if he had warred the animal, bringing it to them for a meal. She had never heard of such a thing. With curiosity burning within her, she asked, the deer? No, the eagle, the king said, gesturing upward. Val looked up to see an eagle soaring in the sky above them. She smiled at that. Wargs had their own rules, and they cared for their familiars. It was reassuring to see that this king seemed to share some aspects of her people's culture. As they set the fire and ate the meat, Val found herself torn between stealing glances at the king and at Benjen Stark for most of the night. The king caught her doing this more than once, much to her embarrassment. Will your people be there, Val? He asked later, after they had eaten and the three of them sat around the fire in comfortable silence. My people don't know how to lie, your grace. Jay, the king said with a smile. I thought. Val asked, her confusion evident as she glanced at Benjen, who was smirking. In King's Landing, there are rules, Val. Even I have to follow them. For people to hear you speak my name or not address me by my title, that simply cannot be allowed, Jay explained. And here? She asked, her curiosity piqued. Here, I'm not king, Jay replied softly. Val watched as he stood up and walked away from the fire, shaking his head at the two guards and telling them to rest before he ventured alone across the snow. The dragon lifted its head as Jay approached, and Val instinctively jumped back in surprise. The whiteness of the snow had made the creature nearly invisible, and it was only when it moved that she realized how close it truly was. Is he coming back? Val asked, looking at the others. He'll sleep by Renix's side tonight. We should get our own rest, the witch-eyed woman said. Val found herself snuggling up to sleep, with Ben-Jen close by, but not close enough to feel entirely comfortable with the others around. The night passed quietly. The next morning, they broke their fast on the remaining deer meat and soon took to the skies again. Val found the second flight on the dragon much more enjoyable than the first, spending most of it gazing at the world from high above. The lands below felt almost insignificant and small, and when they reached Mance's camp, it seemed lesser than she had imagined. On the ground, tents stretched endlessly into the distance, far too many to count. Up in the sky, she couldn't shake the impression that if the king wished, he could end the free folk with just a few passes of the dragon. The thought filled her with both fear and hope. If he could do that so easily, what exactly could he do to the others? Barrow Hall, 299 AC, Barbary Dustin stood by the tree, welcoming the silence that surrounded her. She found herself lost in thought, reflecting on the past, the future, and the present. It was all tied to a wedding that had brought her tears, joy, and a bittersweet reunion with the ghosts of her past. This wedding had revealed what could have been while simultaneously reminding her of what was. Two boys had compelled her to confront memories she'd buried for many years. Barbary smiled as she thought of them, two boys from two wolves, both different yet alike in certain ways. Cregan had felt like a ghost, a specter from a life long ago. It took her a moment to gather herself and realize that Brandon Stark had not returned from the dead. Initially, she had been consumed by anger, nearly unbearable anger. If Domeric hadn't arrived when he did, she might have left Winterfell for good. But her nephew brought his new bride with him, and Barbary found herself wanting to spend more time with the girl. That alone was enough to delay her departure for a while. At first, she thought Miranda was exactly the wrong type of woman for her nephew. However, to her pleasant surprise, Miranda's flirtatious, boisterous, and ladylike demeanor was just a facade. Beneath it, Barbary discovered a woman who, in time, would prove to be formidable. Even during the short time they spent together at the Dreadfort, it became clear that there was more to Miranda than met the eye. So, despite her mixed feelings about seeing Cregan Stark, Barbary chose to stay. She was grateful she did, as Cregan embodied everything she had hoped their own child would be: strong, true, good, and fierce. Watching him roam the grounds with his dire wolf or besting all challengers in the yard, listening to him engage with the other young men of the north, Barbary found herself so impressed by him that she spent less time with Miranda than she had intended. At meals, her eyes were irresistibly drawn to Cregan, his laughter, his smile, and the way he carried himself. He walked into the hall, a vision of Brandon reborn, save for his temperament. Barbary was surprised to realize that this was a good thing. When his mother had arrived, she had assessed Barbary and understood what Brandon had seen in her. Asherah was a true beauty, and any man would have fallen for her. Though she had once dreamed that Brandon Stark loved her, she was older and wiser now, and she knew the truth. They were never meant to be, and it was far better for her to lose him to Asherah Dane than to that dreadful trout. In fact, she felt a sense of happiness that Asherah had found love with Lord Jaehaerys. The two were clearly newlyweds, still basking in the early blooms of their affection, and Barbary wouldn't begrudge her that. After all, hadn't she found her own love with William? Hadn't they sworn to each other, and hadn't he healed her broken heart? "My lady, I was wondering if we might speak," a voice asked, drawing her from her thoughts. Barbary looked up to see Cregan Stark standing before her. The noise of the hall faded into the background as he spoke. "Here?" she asked, more to gather her wits than as a genuine question. "Or somewhere of your choosing, my lady," Cregan replied. "The gods would, after we break our fast," she said softly, and he nodded before leaving her. She barely touched her meal, her eagerness to speak with him growing. There was a need within her to understand the man he would become. Hurrying to the gods wood, she didn't notice the woman with violet eyes watching her, nor did she see her follow through the gate. Instead, Barbary moved quickly, almost smiling when she spotted him standing by the tree. His silhouetted figure resembled his father so closely that it nearly took her breath away. "My lady," he greeted. "You may call me Barbary, Lord Cregan," she replied, and he smiled, making her heart skip a beat. "Cregan, my Barbary," he stammered. Barbary raised her eyebrow and asked, "What can I do for you, young man?" Her voice was light, almost teasing, reminiscent of the playful banter she had shared with his father beneath this very tree many years ago. My father. I don't know how to say this," Cregan stammered, wiping his brow with his hand. "I find it's best to just say things, Cregan," she replied softly. "My father, Barbary, I've asked around, and I know you and he. I was wondering if you would, speak of him to me?" Cregan asked, his eyes filled with hope. "You wish to know what he was like?" she inquired, and he nodded eagerly. "Forgive me for asking it of you. I know I may not be someone you wish to speak to, but my father, You wish to know all you can of him?" she prompted gently, and he nodded again. She invited him to sit, and for more than 2 hours, they spoke together. The cold air in the gods' wood did not seem to bother either of them as she shared tales of Brandon, stories that only she knew. Cregan absorbed them like a hungry child, captivated by her recounting of rides through the Barrowlands, of hunts and fights. At one point, she nearly revealed the times she and Brandon had lain together, the words flowing easily from her lips. "I thank you, Barbary, for taking the time. You have no idea how much this means to me," Cregan said as the chill in the air rose and she shivered. "I'm happy to speak to you of him. He was a good man, Cregan, wild and willful, it's true, but a good man," she replied, watching as he nodded and offered to help her to her feet. Barbary shook her head, wanting to linger a little longer. "Did you?" "I did, with all my heart," she affirmed, and he nodded before taking his leave. Once he was gone, the tears came. She would have let them flow freely, but the sound of a twig snapping broke her reverie. Instead, she wiped her eyes, rose to her feet, and turned around to see Ashera Dane standing before her. "My lady," she said as she moved to walk past the woman. "Thank you," Ashera replied softly, glancing back at her. "For what?" Barbary asked curiously. "For not holding what Brandon and I did against my son," Ashera explained. "He's a good lad, and I'm glad that a piece of Brandon lives on in him. He has all his father's strengths and none of his weaknesses, that's to your credit." Barbary looked at her, considering her words. "May I ask you something?" Ashera inquired. Barbary nodded. "Here in the north, if he ever needs someone, may he call on you?" "On me?" Barbary responded, surprised. "Castamere is so far from here. While Ned and his family have welcomed him, I won't be here for him as much as I would like. If he needs someone, I'd ask him to reach out to you, if you'd allow it." Barbary thought for a moment before nodding her agreement. It wasn't the piece of Brandon she had wished for, but he was Brandon's son, and perhaps that was enough. Jaehaerys then. She walked into the crypts and saw the king speaking with a young blonde girl named Joy. Barbary did her best not to intrude on their private conversation, but the words carried despite the softness of their voices. "People have often told me she was the best horsewoman in the north, unmatched by any," the king said. "Just like you, John," the little girl replied, her voice filled with admiration. "Just like a little girl I know," the king responded. Though Barbary couldn't see his face, she imagined the smile that accompanied his words. "You're better than me," Joy insisted, and Barbary watched as the king knelt down to look at her more closely. I'm older, and I have my tricks, Joy. But you're the best I've ever seen. You're unmatched in the West, just as she was in the North. In time, when you reach my age, not even I will be able to keep up with you in apples." "Why do you like me just because I ride like she did?" the girl asked, her voice trembling slightly. "I love you because you're my sister, Joy. I've loved you since before you could ride, from story time to now," the king replied. "I love you too, brother," Joy said, wrapping her arms around him in a warm hug. Barbary took a step back, realizing she was intruding on a precious moment. She waited patiently as Joy was led past the statues and out of the crypts, with Ser Arthur Dayne guiding her. It was difficult not to shoot an angry glare at the knight as he passed, but she held her tongue. If it weren't for the king's voice calling her, she might have said something. "Lady Dustin," the king called out, and Barbary was surprised he spotted her in the dim light. "Your Grace," she replied, stepping forward and finally noticing the white wolf beside him. The king smiled as she looked at the dire wolf. "I had hoped to finish before you arrived, my lady." "Please forgive me," he said, sounding apologetic. "There's nothing to forgive, Your Grace. I'm about to travel from here, my lady, to the Wall and beyond. I find I have much to do before then and not enough time to fit it all in." "The curse we all share, Your Grace," she responded with a nod. "I thought long and hard about how and where to do this, whether in the Gods Wood, Barrow Hall, but here felt right for some reason." "It felt more true," the king explained, and Barbary looked at him in confusion. "To do what, Your Grace?" she asked as he bent down to pick up a chest. "We lost so much, my lady, both of us. We lost them to the storm. Here, we can see the results of some of those losses. For me, a mother, grandfather, and uncle. I lost them to lies, to ambitious men, to the will of the gods, and at the hands of monsters. You, too, lost someone caught in the storm. Your husband was a good man, true and deserving of far better. I may be a king and wear a crown, but there are things even beyond my power, and I cannot change what happened to him," the king said. "No, you cannot, Your Grace," she replied, glancing at the chest before watching the king bend down to take a knee. "I can only return him, my lady, and beg forgiveness for the time it has taken to do so. I have named him a knight of the realm and intend to ensure his name is remembered as it should have always been. He was a hero who rode out honorably and gave his life for a cause he believed in. I know nothing I can say will change how you feel about him, about my mother, Ser Arthur, or the rebellion itself. So I will say this, the world is a poorer place without Ser William Dustin, and my life has been diminished for not knowing him. I strive every day to make up for his loss and all the lives lost because of me. I carry them with me, my lady, in all I do and all I am," the king said as he handed her the chest. Barbary was silent. She couldn't find the words, so she allowed him to rise and leave her alone with her tears and the bones of her husband. It took her some time to compose herself enough to leave the crypt and carry him back to her room. Later, she heard that he had brought them all back and returned them to their families. The king himself had left before she gathered her thoughts to speak with him. Barbary dropped to her knees in front of the weirwood, its scowling face looking back at her. She closed her eyes and prayed for two boys, one a king and the other the son who could have been her own. In King's Landing, 299 AC, Sir Richard Lonmouth stood at the edge of the crowd, watching as arguments erupted. The Red Priestess spoke her words, only to be heckled by a septa who was dressed as if she were one of the common folk. Richard couldn't help but chuckle at the sight before him. The disguise of the priestess was among the worst mummeries he had ever seen, far too clean and far too healthy looking. Despite all that the king and queen had done for their people, many still had so little, although things were slowly improving. He observed as the young priestess held her ground against the septa, her confidence apparent. Once the crowd began to thin, Richard slipped through the streets in his own disguise, looking far more genuine than the planted followers gathered to hear Kinvara and her companions preach. He made his way to the September of Baelor, where he was welcomed inside, an unusual occurrence with the Fat One in charge. The man was becoming increasingly desperate, the faithful were turning to the Red Priests more than to the Seven lately, and the collections were bringing in less and less coin. Richard smiled at that as he took his seat. The people had more, while faith seemed to dwindle, just as it was meant to be. His gaze shifted to the front, where the Fat One waddled toward the statue of the Father, lighting a candle before turning to face the still sizable crowd inside. The September opening the doors had been a good idea, and Richard doubted it was the Fat One who had come up with it. The heathens preach openly in the streets while our king and queen travel to heathen lands and break bread with heathen lords, the Fat One declared loudly. Where are the defenders of the faith? Where are the shields of the righteous? Are we to stand by while heathen spread their lies and untruths, or are we to rise against them, and against the king and queen who offer them comfort? Lies, lies, a woman shouted from the crowd. How dare you speak of their graces that way? Where was the faith when my husband died and my children were hungry? Nowhere. It was the king and queen who ensured my children were fed, clothed, and had a roof over their heads, not you. Richard watched as more than one person stormed out of the September. The Fat One was treading dangerous ground, completely unaware of the consequences. For now, he was no longer a concern. Richard slipped out with a group of people heading for the door, overhearing someone calling them back. But none of them listened, even when they were warned they'd be damned to the seven hells. As he made his way back to the Red Keep, he reached into his pocket and pulled out the note, the very words that had compelled him to come and see for himself what was being said. The fat man speaks ill of a red god, a golden rose, and a white wolf. The first could be forgiven, the second not so much. So, upon reaching the Red Keep, he decided to visit Lord Jaime's solar instead of his own. Fortunately, he arrived just between meetings and was ushered right in. Jaime, looking tired, was still seated, scribbling away, even after Richard had taken a seat. Lord Hand, Jaime finally acknowledged him when it seemed he might not. Sir Richard, forgive me, I get lost in the words. Jaime offered him a glass of wine, which he accepted gratefully. Then you'll be pleased to know Her Grace has already set off from Winterfell, Richard said, recalling one of the kisses she had sent his way. How long? Less than a moon, he replied, meeting Jaime's gaze. His Grace has headed beyond the wall, he added, watching Jaime nod in understanding. I'll be glad enough when Her Grace is back. Even not sitting the petitions would be welcome at this point, Jaime said with a laugh before turning serious. Now, why are you really here, Sir Richard? The Fat One, Richard said, observing Jaime's sigh. How bad? Jaime asked, concern etched on his face. Treasonous, Richard replied flatly. Even after he's been warned? Jaime sounded doubtful. The Red Priests are making larger gains at the faith's expense. Not only are their priestesses far prettier than any septa, he chuckled, but their priests also speak far more convincingly. They actually help, food, healing, they do the things the faith claims to do. And this has led to treasonous speech? Jaime asked, his brow furrowing. The Fat One isn't smart, Jaime, not at all. If he were, he'd keep his words to the Red Priests should not stir trouble against a king and queen who are loved by the people of King's Landing, Richard said. Then surely it's to our advantage that he's not that smart. Jaime replied, raising an eyebrow. True, he may not have the support of everyone, but he does have some followers. Some will listen. They'll accept it when he names the king and queen as heathens or blames them for the Red God's presence. I'd much rather deal with a clever man than a stupid one, Jaime. Stupid men are the ones who cause wars, Richard stated, noticing Jaime nod in agreement. What do you suggest? Jaime asked. A visit from a bard and a word in Lady Olenna's ear, Richard said before leaving Jaime to ponder the idea. The attack on the Red Priestess had only failed due to his intervention. The Septons were arrested, and the Fat One had come to threaten the hand, the crown, and the king and queen because of it. That was why he now stood by the man's bedside, looking down at him, feeling no remorse for what he was about to do. There were no gods in the room tonight, no father, no smith, no warrior, no mother, no maiden, or crone. The only presence he sensed was that of the stranger as he knelt down and placed his hand over the Fat One's face. He watched as the man opened his eyes, panic flooding them as he realized he couldn't breathe. The chubby fingers clawed at Richard's hand as he squeezed the nose and mouth tighter. The kicking legs and thrashing didn't bother him. As he felt the man's life begin to slip away, Richard smiled down at him. "Jaehaerys Targaryen sends his regards," he said softly as the Fat One's eyes closed for the last time. In Dorne, 299 AC, Bronn found himself in a precarious situation. Sleeping with a prince's daughter should have been enough to get him killed, and had it been any other prince or any other daughter, it probably would have been. But Nymeria didn't care that he was a low-born sellsword who had risen to become the sworn shield of the prince consort. Dorne. She didn't care that he had lost count of the men he had killed or that he had assassinated more than one on behalf of his prince since arriving in Dorne. The only reason she shared his bed was that she wanted to, and he had to admit, he enjoyed it too. "I've got to go," he said, giving her a playful slap on the backside. The smile on her face would linger in his mind for the rest of the day, as perhaps would his lingering desire as he looked at her lying naked, face down on the bed while he got dressed. "What does he have you doing today?" she asked, glancing over her shoulder as he pulled on his breeches. "We're meeting with the new lords," he replied, throwing on his shirt. "So dull, so boring." "I had hoped you'd be killing some of them," she said, half joking. "Give it time," he responded, earning a laugh from her. "Does he really fear them so much?" she asked, rolling onto her side. Bronn found himself gazing longingly at her dark nipples as she softly brushed her finger against them. "He's a man with a dragon, there's not much he fears," he chuckled. "And yet he has you as well?" she inquired. "I'm for the quiet times. He sends me to make a point," he explained. "And the dragon?" she asked, her curiosity piqued. "Should anyone not take the point, the dragon means to," he said, leaning down to kiss her, fighting the urge to tear off his clothes and join her in bed. He strolled through the keep, making his way to Tyrion's rooms, sighing when he saw Areo standing guard. The giant Norvosi had made it clear he didn't like Bronn one bit, and Bronn had taken that warning to heart. He was tolerated here, but only because he and Tyrion would soon leave the princess to do their work. If it were one of those days when Tyrion and Arianne couldn't keep their hands off each other, he wouldn't be so welcome. "Areo," he said with a smile, but received no reply. "Are they done yet?" Bronn asked, earning a sharp glare from the man nearby. Just then, Tyrion walked out of the room, and Bronn quickly followed, holding back the urge to ask him directly until they were out of earshot of the Norvosi guard. "That man doesn't like me," Bronn said once they were far enough away. "Why ever could that be?" Tyrion chuckled. "You know why," Bronn replied, annoyance creeping into his voice. "She's his princess. Perhaps not asking her husband how her, well, you know, would have been a better choice." Tyrion's own irritation was evident. It would have." He remembered how displeased Tyrion had been when he'd said that, and it was only Arianne's charm that had helped him earn forgiveness. Like the ripest peach, Lord Bronn, the princess had said, her hand gently holding Tyrion's as she spoke. If he hadn't needed Tyrion so much, and if he hadn't apologized later, he might have lost not just the keep he was promised, but perhaps his head as well. Tyrion had made it clear that he wouldn't tolerate anyone speaking of his wife in that way, not even Bronn. So, he swore he wouldn't do it again, even if it was just to annoy Areo. "Who are these lordlings?" Bronn asked as they continued walking. "Those who've taken over House Manwoody, Vaith, Santagar, and Illyrian," Tyrion replied. I thought they were mainly women. Bronn said, surprised. They are, but my wife is dealing with them. These are the new heirs, or their most loyal men, or those who might see one dragon and think of another, Tyrion explained. Will they need to fall? Bronn asked, recalling the two he had been sent to kill already. We shall see, Tyrion said with a smile as they entered the room. Inside, they found 4 men, including Ser Demon Sand, a member of Prince Oberyn's entourage who had once been involved with Princess Arianne. He was a man that both Bronn and Tyrion respected, a man who, despite having sent his father to the wall, held no grudge against the family or the man who now slept with a woman he once loved. If anything, he felt a greater rivalry with Bronn over Nymeria's affections, but even that was more of a friendly competition. Beside him sat Mor's man Woody, the new lord of Kingsgrave, who Bronn found to be an arrogant little man. Across from them was Ser Andre Dalt, who had been close to Princess Arianne and was now set to marry Lady Sylvia Sandegar. According to NYM, he was fiercely loyal to the princess above all else. Rounding out the group was Ser Anran Gargalen, recently betrothed to Lady Alenys Vaith. The young knight was brash and held little respect for Tyrion. Bronn had overheard him say more than once that he doubted half a man would be enough for a woman like the princess, but Bronn didn't see him as a true threat. My lord. Good sirs, Tyrion greeted as he entered the room. My prince, Ser Demon responded first, with the others rising to their feet in acknowledgement. Please, keep your seats. We shan't be here for too long, I hope, Tyrion said as he took his own seat. Bronn stood behind him, his hand never far from his sword while Tyrion spoke to each of them. The words flew over Bronn's head, so he focused instead on the eyes of the men in the room. NYM was right, Ser Andre's loyalty was not a cause for concern, so he quickly dismissed him, just as he did Ser Demon. Instead, he scrutinized the others more closely. Lord Mors seemed friendly enough, but Ser Anran was treading dangerous ground and would need a lesson in manners. Tyrion confirmed this to him once the men had left the room. How harsh? Bronn asked after Tyrion suggested bringing the boy down a peg or two. I think humiliation rather than pain will suffice, Tyrion replied. And my keep? Bronn inquired, curious about the implications. Do you wish? Are you looking for a wife as well? Tyrion asked with a smirk. I'd prefer just the keep, Bronn replied, eliciting a laugh from Tyrion. Unfortunately, my wife wishes you to wed my friend. Though I think you'll enjoy your new bride. Perhaps you should ask my good cousin about Lady Jane, Tyrion suggested, and Bronn turned to him, surprised. Fowler, he asked. My good mother is set to arrive quite soon. While she's here, I think she'd enjoy a wedding to make up for the one she missed. Lady Jane Fowler and Lord Bronn of Skerich has a nice ring to it, doesn't it? Tyrion said. Bronn found himself nodding in agreement as they walked away from the door. I thank you, my prince, Bronn said warmly. A Lannister. Don't even say it, Bronn interrupted, laughing, as was Tyrion, as they strolled down the hall. Beyond the wall, 299 AC, Mance Rayder sat around the fire, pondering whether he was being foolish for expecting the king to honor his word and parley. Some among his group believed it was a trap, fearing an ambush. Others felt they should meet in their camp, where their numbers could provide the protection they might need. But Mance didn't want the king anywhere near their camp. It was bad enough that Kinvara knew their location, he wouldn't risk the king seeing it for himself. That was why he was freezing his backside off, camping miles away, waiting for the king to arrive. With him were Tormund, his son, Orell, and his eagle, Ygritte, and some of his fiercest warriors, just in case it turned out to be a trap. The free folk would need leadership should he fall. Styr, the Weeper, the Lord of Bones, Harma, Mother Mole, there were enough among them to take charge. As he stood by a tree, braving the cold, he thought about his wife and babe. If he were to fall, he hoped Val would make it back to them, as they would surely need her. He shook himself clean and prepared for the wait. Mance tucked his shirt back into his breeches and returned to the fire, where Tormund had been watching him. Tormund smiled as Mance took his seat. "This king's not coming, Mance," Tormund said, handing him some meat to break his fast. "He'll come," Mance replied, though his voice lacked the confidence he had felt when they first set out days earlier. "Will he help, though?" Tormund pressed. Mance was about to answer when a commotion erupted behind him. He quickly rose to his feet, unsheathing his sword and scanning the area for the source of the disturbance. What he saw was something he had never imagined: the white dragon. It was enormous, its wings casting a shadow over them as it soared overhead. If he and the others hadn't been frozen in shock, he might have worried that the beast was coming from behind them, from the direction of their camp, rather than from the wall. As it was, they were too busy shifting their gaze between the dragon and their weapons. Mance finally placed his sword back in its sheath, realizing it would be pointless against such a creature. The dragon landed a short distance away, and he said, "Put your weapons away. We're outmatched." Some of the others complied, though Ygritte kept her bowstring taut and moved behind a tree. Mance then spotted a familiar face among those approaching. "Is that Val?" Tormund asked hopefully. "Aye, it is," Mance replied with a smile, taking in the others with her. One appeared to be a crow, and there was a woman whose hair was even fairer than Val's. The two men in furs looked like guards of some sort, with the largest one resembling half a giant. But it was the youngest among them that captured Mance's attention. The boy was not yet a man, yet he clearly commanded authority, and Mance felt a wave of relief knowing that the king had indeed come after all. "Let's go greet a king," he said, eliciting a few laughs, though his people approached cautiously. The dragon watched them closely as they approached one another. Mance felt a wave of relief wash over him when he spotted Val, unharmed and in good spirits. He couldn't shake the feeling that the two guards with her could easily wipe out his entire group if they chose to. One of the men carried a sword that Mance recognized instantly, Dawn, the legendary sword of the morning, making them even more outmatched. Then there was the crow. Mance recognized his long face immediately. Benjen Stark had once been one of his brothers, and now they exchanged glances, both acknowledging their shared history. It was the king who spoke first, and Mance had been right about him. The boy couldn't be more than 16 days old. His dark hair was tied back, and when Mance looked into those dark gray eyes, he felt as if he were gazing into the eyes of someone much older. The king regarded him and his group with a knowing smile before he nodded and said, "Tell the girl to lower her bow. Rhaenys is quite protective of me, and if she doesn't, that tree she's hiding behind won't save her from the fire." There was a hint of amusement in his voice. "Ygritte, you fool!" Val shouted, prompting Mance to nod in her direction. Ygritte stepped out from behind the tree and put her arrow back in its quiver. "King Jaehaerys Targaryen," Mance said as he moved forward. "Really?" "Me too," the king replied, catching Mance off guard. Tormund laughed loudly at the jest, and Mance couldn't help but grin in response. "Come, let's sit by the fire." "Have you eaten?" Mance asked, noticing the shakes of their heads. "We've got some deer, and the water is fresh." As they walked over to the fire, Mance took a moment to glance back at the dragon, still watching them closely. Its eyes conveyed both intelligence and a warning that he intended to heed. He felt a sense of satisfaction seeing the king accept the meat and water without hesitation. It wasn't exactly guessed right, but feeding a man or taking a man's food was seen the same way in the eyes of the gods. Mance glanced at Tormund, noticing the worried look on his friend's face. "You came from my camp?" he asked. "I wished to see for myself," the king replied. "And?" Mance asked, curiosity piqued. "It's just as Lady Kinvara described to me. It'll take many ships or a long walk to move that many people through the wall," the king explained. Mance and Tormund exchanged glances. "You'll move us through the wall?" Tormund inquired. "If we can reach an agreement, the king said, swallowing some water. A moment of silence hung in the air as Mance looked over at Val. She nodded, reassuring him that he could trust the king's words so far. He noticed Benjen Stark glancing at Val just as much as he was observing Mance and his group. The expression on Benjen's face was one Mance recognized all too well, and he wondered if she had already captivated him. Val appeared almost disinterested, as if she had somewhere else she'd prefer to be. Yet, her mismatched eyes took in everything, just as alert as the two guards standing nearby. "I know what comes for us, Mance," the king said. "I understand what you fear and why you've brought the free folk together. You need to be on the other side of the wall before they reach you." Mance stared at him, searching for any hint of deceit in his words. "We do, but we are a free people. We do not kneel, not even to a dragon king," he replied, meeting the king's gaze. "I prefer Jay," the king said, eliciting a snort from Ygritte and laughter from both him and Val. "Jay," Mance echoed, smiling at the king. "Stannis Baratheon?" the king asked after a moment. "He's been well treated, Jay. He's back at our camp, and he'd tell you that himself," Mance answered, noting the relief that flickered across the king's face. "You'll release him and let him go back to the wall," Jay declared. Order, not a request, but one he had no trouble following. "Speak to him and ask him what he saw, Jay. Were it not for Tormund and Ygritte, he'd be dead. So, yes, while he's been our prisoner, I'll release him as a show of good faith." He said this without expecting a reply. The king sat in silence for a moment, and Mance remained quiet as well, watching as the boy seemed to contemplate something. Finally, Jay rose to his feet. "Walk with me," the king requested. Mance looked at him and nodded. "Alone?" Jay added. Mance turned to see the guards still seated. He should have guessed they would walk toward the dragon, and seeing it up close was even more impressive. It was enormous, its head could swallow him whole, and it would take him nearly an hour just to walk around it completely. The dragon's white scales were only broken by the blue beneath its wings, and its purple eyes seemed almost human as Mance gazed into them. Mance stood by as Jay approached the dragon's head and leaned against it, speaking softly, though his words were lost in the sounds the dragon made, which Mance could only assume were joyful. "You know the story of my family, Mance? Of my father, my mother, my sister, my brother, and their mother?" Jay asked, turning to look at him. "I know it," Mance replied. "It took me 15 years to avenge them, to see those who had nearly destroyed my house brought low. I fought a war, only to find it was just the first of many, and it wasn't even the war I was born to fight," Jay said with a bitter laugh and a shake of his head. He watched as the king stroked the dragon's head again, and as the creature made that sound once more, whatever doubt Mance had that it was a happy one vanished completely. "There is a war coming for us all, Mance. Those south of the wall and those north of it, a war that cannot be avoided, against an enemy that cannot be negotiated with. If your people are in their way, they will die. So, I won't sugarcoat it. My offer is simple. I won't haggle over terms, and I won't lie to you. I won't beg you to accept or force you to kneel. I will ask you for just two things," Jay said as he stepped closer. "Which are?" Mance asked, curiosity piqued. "First, anyone who wishes to remain on my lands after the fighting must kneel then and agree to obey my laws while they are here," Jay explained. "You won't ask us to fight for you?" Mance asked, surprised. "We will fight together, Mance. When the time comes, we won't have a choice." "And what if I choose not to accept?" Mance inquired, though he was more interested in Jay's response than truly considering refusal. "There are only two sides in the war that approaches, the living and the dead. If you breathe, you are my ally, if you don't, you are my enemy. If you stay here, whether it's today, tomorrow, or moons from now, you and your people will fall to the Night King, and we will be forced to fight against each other. But if you come with me, when his army arrives, we will stand side by side and push him back. I will end him. So, Mance, which side are you on?" Jay asked, his gaze steady. We won't kneel, but we will fight with you, Mance said, extending his hand and smiling as Jay gripped it firmly. Land or sea? Jay asked. Mance looked at him, momentarily confused, before realizing what he meant. Do you have the ships? I have the ships, Jay confirmed. By sea would be best. It would take moons for my people to walk to the wall. Some will want to do it anyway, but by sea is the better option. My uncle will stay with you and help organize your people for the journey. The lands nearest the wall, the gift, now belong to me, and I will settle your people there, Jay said. Mance nodded. When? As soon as you can be ready. Where? Jay asked, looking directly at him. Hard home, Mance replied with a smile. A ship will arrive before the others, carrying weapons. Dragonglass. Fire and Valyrian steel, that's how you beat them. We're mining dragonglass from Dragonstone, and I'll send the first shipment to your people in Hardhome. I thank you, for my people, Mance said, and Jay nodded. He watched as the dragon took to the sky, carrying Jay, his guards, and the woman he later discovered was his aunt. Once the dragon was out of sight, Mance turned to his people, and they made their way back to his true camp. It would take days to walk, but he felt a far lighter heart than when he had set out. Jay had offered him no platitudes, no sweet or soft words, he spoke to Mance straight. It was a bargain that gave them nothing and yet everything, asking only for what they were already prepared to give. A bargain Mance could live with, and he believed his people could, too. He smiled at the memory of Tormund's words when he had shared the news. There will be those who wish us to refuse, old friend. Those who will name the kneelers as our enemies, Mance said. We only make peace with our enemies. That's something you told me long ago, Mance. Besides, if we make a man with a dragon our true enemy, then not only are we foolish, but we're doomed, Tormund replied, slapping him on the back as he laughed. Beyond the wall, 299 AC, Walder felt that the meeting with the free folk had gone well, at least it seemed so, given Jay's smile and the fact that he left his uncle and Val with them. He had expected more negotiation, more arguments, and maybe even a fool who would ask a question with a weapon in hand. Instead, they spent no more than a few hours with the free folk and were now heading to a place he both needed to see and wished he never would. He needed to know it was real, even though he already did. More than that, he needed to be there when the man who had trapped him for so long was dealt with once and for all. Walder felt that only then would the nightmares truly stop, and he would finally be able to sleep a true night's sleep once more. Sherera, too. Walder was feeling a certain weight about this trip. His dealings with Bloodraven were quite different from Jay's, yet he sensed that they still influenced her dreams. Jay, on the other hand, had experienced some of what Walder had felt. He too knew what it was like to be trapped within his own mind, and that knowledge provided Walder with a sense of comfort. There would be no negotiation with Bloodraven, no deal, no resolution, only a permanent end for the man who had lived far too long. As he gazed down at the ground leading to the glade, he stiffened. His tension grew when he spotted the ancient tree and the hill it rested upon. He was grateful that Rhaenys had chosen to circle the glade before landing near the weirwood. This gave him a moment to prepare himself, to compose his thoughts, and to remind himself that he was a Kingsguard first and foremost. Once Rhaenys landed, Walder climbed down from her back and retrieved his axe. He glanced at Arthur, who already had dawn drawn, and they positioned themselves in front of and behind Jay as he approached the cave entrance. "My prince, you have come," a voice called from the darkness. Walder instinctively moved in front of Jay, only to be met by a small child emerging into the light. "You are Leaf?" Jay asked. "I am, my prince," the child replied, her voice laced with relief. "Bloodraven, is he here?" Jay inquired, and the child nodded, gesturing for them to follow. "I'll go first, your grace." "Walder, stay in the rear," Arthur instructed, and Walder complied. Entering the cave felt like stepping back in time. The reality of another life became increasingly vivid as he navigated passages he recognized, even though he had never been there before. The sight of the children of the forest emerging from hidden alcoves to observe him was unsettling. He almost wished to speak to them, to see if they remembered him as he did them. When they reached the vast cavern where Bloodraven rested, Walder felt his legs nearly give way beneath him. Images of Mira flooded his mind. Thoughts of Reed, Brandon Stark, the crippled boy, and the old man in the tree raced through his mind. When he glanced at the tree and saw that same man trapped among its branches, he gasped, not from his own surprise, but because Jaehaerys brushed past him, walking back down the passage. The sight of her former lover and what he had become was not something she truly wanted to witness after all. "Long have we waited for you, my prince." "First at the raven's behest, then at the gods," Leaf said. "You know the truth?" Jay asked the child. "I, along with my brothers and sisters, know the truth, my prince." "Have you come to take us away?" Leaf asked hopefully. "You are to train another to be the three-eyed raven." "Have the gods shown you this?" Jay inquired. "The Lady of the Tower," Leaf replied with a smile. "You've met her? Is she good?" Jay pressed. "I believe she is," Leaf said as excited murmurs spread among the other children, who began to move forward. Walder watched as Jay spoke with the children, noting that Jay wasn't even looking at Bloodraven, which he found odd. Instead, Jay turned his gaze toward Walder and motioned with his head in the direction where Jaehaerys had gone. Walder turned and walked back down the tunnel, his eyes drawn to another passage he knew led to the door he had dreamed about so often. Stepping into the light, he found Jaehaerys sitting alone on a rock, gazing out at the vast expanse before her. For a fleeting moment, he was reminded of Mira Reed, who had once done the same. "I didn't expect him to be so far gone," Jaehaerys said as he sat beside her. "He is as I remembered him," Walder replied. "Was it real? Your other life, did it truly happen, or was it a trick of the mind?" she asked, looking at him. It was a question he had pondered many times since Jay had freed him. "It was real to me. For years, it was the life I knew, trapped in my own mind and unable to break free." "He was a good man once," Jaehaerys said, though he sensed she was struggling with the truth of it. "I doubt the words you're saying," he said gently. "Whatever he was, he's not that man now, princess. It's time to let go." He stood up and reached out to take her hand. Together, they walked back to find Jay leaning against Bloodraven. Walder glanced at Arthur, who stood silently, watching the king. Feeling the weight of the moment, Walder slipped away, making his way down the tunnel until he reached the door. "Hold the door," he murmured, shaking his head as tears streamed down his cheeks. He wiped his eyes and turned to walk back to the others. As he entered the cavern, he immediately sensed that something was wrong. Jay was glaring at Bloodraven, while Leaf tried to explain something about the sea that Walder couldn't quite grasp. He approached Arthur, seeking clarity. "What's going on?" he asked, shocked by his brother's reply. "He's not there," Arthur said, his expression serious. "What do you mean he's not there?" Walder pressed. "His body is there, but his mind is elsewhere." "Jay said he warded something," Arthur explained. Walder watched as Leaf spoke to some of the children, urging them to hurry off. Then she walked over, carrying two bags, one significantly larger than the other. "Do you wish to say your goodbyes?" Jay asked, turning to Jaehaerys, who shook her head. "Walder?" Jay looked at him, and Walder shook his head as well. Without further hesitation, Jay drew his sword and approached the body, which had become merely a shell of a man. Dark Sister was now closer to the man who had once wielded it than it had been in 4 decades. Jay's expression was devoid of emotion, no anger like Walder felt, no regret or sadness like Jaehaerys, and no anticipation as seen on Leaf's face. With a steady hand, Jay thrust the sword through Bloodraven's heart. Though it was clear the body was dead, Jay understood that this was not the end. We fly to the Isle of Faces and then to King's Landing. I need to find him, Jay said as they exited the cavern. Walder took one last look at the man who had caused him so much pain. The sense of closure he had longed for still eluded him, yet he felt something stirring within. As he stepped outside, Rhaenys landed gracefully. Jay, Jaehaerys, Arthur, and a dozen children of the forest, the last remnants of their kind, were waiting. Jay beckoned Walder closer and leaned in to whisper softly in his ear, "Remember what I showed you?" Walder nodded, acknowledging that he did. It was a tight fit on Rhaenys's back, and Walder worried about the safety of the children. He feared they might not be as secure as he, Arthur, and Jaehaerys were. But both Jay and Leaf assured him they were ready. Once they were airborne, Walder realized the children were indeed secure. They seemed to possess a natural sense of balance, rivaled only by Jay himself. Rhaenys soared over the glade, and soon they were behind it, the door that had haunted Walder now in view. "Dracarys," Jay commanded, and Rhaenys unleashed flames upon the door, reducing it to ashes before climbing higher. Jay repeated the words, and they set their course south, back to the wall and the lands beyond, toward the Isle of Faces and King's Landing. They were going home. As Walder glanced back at the burning weirwood, he wondered if he would finally find peace and sleep a true night's sleep once he arrived there. Chapter 154, The Man with One Eye. Isle of Faces, 299 AC. As Jaehaerys Targaryen flew on Rhaenys, he tried to shake off the feeling that his journey beyond the wall had been a waste of time. He had made peace with the free folk and was now escorting the children of the forest to the Isle of Faces. Yet, his thoughts kept drifting back to Bloodraven. Where was he? Who was he? How had he managed to achieve such power? These questions raced through his mind as he soared over the wall. He knew he had to find Bloodraven soon. Someone with that much power, who had already caused so much damage, could not be allowed to live. But he felt lost, unsure of where to start or how to proceed. The glass candles had revealed nothing to him, neither about Bloodraven nor about Euron Greyjoy, another threat that needed to be dealt with sooner rather than later. When Rhaenys finally landed and settled in for the night, Jay realized he wouldn't get much sleep. His instincts proved correct. As Walder, Arthur, Jaehaerys, and the children rested, he took the watch. More accurately, he stood beside his sister, watching her sleep, while the soft breathing of Rhaenys soothed him somewhat. His troubled mind did not go unnoticed. He sensed her presence before he heard her approach. Leaf moved almost as silently as Ghost as she came to his side and stood there, gazing at the dragon alongside him. For a long while, she remained silent, simply observing. It was only when Jay turned to look at her that he realized she was watching him, not Rhaenys. "I had feared you would not come, my prince," Leaf said softly. "Even though the gods told me you would, showed me you would, I had feared you would not." "And had I not?" he asked, curiosity piqued. "Then I, my brothers and sisters, all would have perished," she replied, her tone devoid of emotion. "And this didn't scare you?" he inquired, intrigued. "More than anything I've ever known," she admitted, "more even than finding out the Raven was." "Not on our side," Leaf said. "Where did he go?" Jaehaerys asked, turning completely to her now. "Beneath the sea, my prince," she replied, her tone infuriatingly calm. "I don't understand," he admitted, frustration clear in his voice. "Most of the time, the Raven sought answers, my prince, though I knew not to what questions. We believed he was looking for ways to help you. Now, I fear he was searching for ways to bring you down," Leaf explained. Jay looked at her, urging her for more. "Enemies become allies, and allies become enemies," she added finally, before walking away and leaving him alone once more. Her words brought him no comfort, nor did they soothe his troubled mind. When the others awoke the next morning, they found Jaehaerys sitting by the fire. He hadn't slept, and though he felt tired, he had no desire to rest. After breaking their fast, they took to the skies once more, flying south. It was only as they soared over the neck that he began to relax, his mind calming and his body feeling almost invigorated. So much so that, despite knowing night would soon fall and they were still some distance from the god's eye, he chose to fly onward rather than seek shelter for another night. By the time they reached the Isle of Faces, darkness had settled in, but the full moon illuminated the island below, allowing them to land without difficulty. Leif and the rest of the children climbed down from Rhaenix's back, excitement evident in their movements, while Arthur and Walder looked utterly exhausted. When Jae looked at Jaehaerys, he noticed her expression. Though she was clearly unhappy to be there, it also conveyed a sense of determination to stay for only as long as necessary. How long that would be, he had no idea, but he knew they would be resting here for the night. Only use the branches and twigs that have already fallen, he instructed Walder, who had moved to gather firewood. Arthur, we eat only the fruits or what is in our supplies, he added, turning to Arthur, who nodded in agreement. He caught Leif's gaze and smiled, returning her nod before making his way over to the others. Jaehaerys couldn't ignore the distress on his Aunt Shira's face any longer. Are you well? He asked, reaching out to place a reassuring hand on her shoulder. How long must we stay here? She replied, her voice tinged with fear, which surprised and worried him. We will leave on the morrow, he assured her, and she nodded in response. There is magic here, Jaehaerys continued, looking deeply into his eyes. More than even the wall itself possesses. I know, he replied, shaking his head. I'm meant to come here, but whether it's now or later, I don't know. Brynden. She began. Will not escape, no matter where he runs, he said with determination. They set up camp in a wide open space. Arthur preferred they stay away from the trees until they had fully explored the island, and everyone was too tired to venture out anyway, at least, he, his Kingsguard, and his aunt were. The children, however, were behaving like actual children, their laughter and excitement filling the air. Jae found himself watching them, almost feeling the waves of joy radiating from their playful antics. Leif and her brethren walked through the open space, some lay in the grass, gazing up at the stars, their laughter echoing in the stillness of the night. Rhaenix had flown off in search of food and wouldn't return until the morrow, so as they gathered around the fire, they ate, drank water, and soon took to their beds. Sleep came easier to Jae now, and he welcomed it, grateful for dreams of his wife and the warmth of their shared bed. But it was not to last. He felt himself being shaken awake and opened his eyes to see Leif standing there, a finger pressed to her lips. Rising, he instinctively reached for Dark Sister's hilt, but she shook her head. They wish to see you, my prince, Leif said softly. Jae looked at her, confusion crossing his face. Who? The green men. The old gods are here, she said almost reverently. He glanced from her to Arthur and Walder, who both. Jaehaerys slept soundly, while Jaehaerys rested nearby, close to the knights. Moving quietly away from the still-burning fire, he followed Leif into the woods, and they walked for some time. I cannot go further. It's you they wish to speak to, my prince, not I, Leif said. Jae nodded and continued down the path she had set for him. As he approached an opening, Jae sensed he had reached his destination. A powerful energy resonated from the very trees around him. Stepping into the clearing, he found himself surrounded by weirwoods. The faces carved into their bark were terrifying, pained and tortured. Jae couldn't help but think that if the Undulls had seen these faces on the trees they destroyed, they would have thought twice about their actions. Yet, despite the haunting expressions, there was a sense of peace in this place, a calm that Jae had felt before. It reminded him of the gods would in Winterfell, though this was more profound. As he allowed that sense of tranquility to wash over him, he noticed figures moving behind the trees. At first, they appeared as mere shadows, taller than any man. It took Jae some time to realize that something was unusual about their heads. When one finally stepped out from behind the trees, he understood. At first glance, it looked like a helmet of some sort, but as he focused, he saw that these were antlers, growing directly from the man's head. This being easily dwarfed Walder, standing at 8 or 9 feet tall. His skin was a shade of green Jay had never encountered before, and his large eyes studied Jay as he returned the gaze. Even for one who has seen it all, I find myself impressed by you, young prince, the figure said, his voice resonating with a power that sent a shiver down Jay's spine. Who are you? Jay asked, curiosity mingling with trepidation. My name is not for you to know. I am not Lawler or the father, the smith, or the warrior. You know who I am and of my brothers, what more do you need to know? What am I to call you? Jay inquired. Names. Such trifling matters, the figure said. You have no need to call me anything. You are here to listen, and to listen well. Blood Raven? Jay asked, hearing what he thought was a laugh in response. Again with these trivial concerns. We did not bring you here to discuss a raven with no wings. Then what use are you to me? Jay's anger flared. I brought your children to you, I made peace with the free folk, and I will kill the Night King. What good are you if you won't help me do what I must? He turned to walk away, but felt the shadows stir around him. The temperature began to drop, and the sense of peace he had felt vanished. That, the figure said, is why you were brought here. You feel it, do you not? The power of darkness grows, and only the light can stand against it. You, Jaehaerys Targaryen, are that light. Then tell me what I need to know, Jay replied, turning back to face the god. Blood Raven is inconsequential. You will not seek him out, there's no need for it, for he will come to you. He will? Jay asked, studying the god's expression. Soon, but not as he once was. Think, young prince, and understand that the man with one eye is your enemy. Why am I here? Jay inquired, stepping closer to the green man. Because it was our will. There is much you must know, young prince, much you must learn. The magic within you is strong, and the knowledge you possess is something few have ever known, and only one was allowed to use. Who? Jay pressed. Your kinsman, the builder. And it's time for you to build as well. Time for you to sing. Not your psalm, not yet, but sing you must, for stone is required. Stone? Jay asked, confusion etched on his face. Go to the Isle of Dragons and sing the glass into stone. You must be ready, the man instructed, moving away. I will be, Jay vowed, determination in his voice. When the time comes, you must forge Lightbringer, no matter the cost. Only you can do this, and without it, the world will fall. Jay watched as the figure slipped behind a tree, transforming into a shadow. He made his way back to the camp, arriving just before dawn. Arthur woke up just as Renix landed. My king, where were you? Arthur asked, looking at him. Meeting a god, Arthur, he replied, shaking his head. Meeting one of the old gods. King's Landing, 299 AC, Marjorie was relieved to see her grandmother waiting for her when they reached the docks. The journey back had felt far too long, and she hoped she wouldn't have to make another trip for quite some time. Lord Jaime stood alongside her grandmother, along with Sir Richard. As she glanced at their expressions, she noticed they didn't look particularly pleased. Thankfully, they didn't seem worried either. Looking down at Ghost and Fawn, she saw that the wolves appeared relaxed too. Marjorie had hoped that Jay would have returned before her, or that he would have come to greet them while they sailed. It upset her a little that she would have to wait to see him again. Joy, the little girl she had found, seemed the most affected by Jay's absence. She was rubbing Ghost's neck, clearly missing him since he had left. Marjorie felt the same but reassured herself that he wouldn't be far behind. She focused on those hopeful thoughts rather than the worries that could have easily filled her mind. Come, Joy, we must get ready to greet everyone, Marjorie said, reaching out her hand. Joy took it, and together they walked down the gangplank. "Your Grace, welcome back," Lord Jaime said, and Marjorie nodded in acknowledgement. "I trust all is well, Lord Hand," she asked, noticing Jaime's forced smile. "Perhaps we can speak back at the Red Keep, Your Grace," Jaime suggested. "Grandmother," she said, moving past him to envelop her grandmother in a warm embrace. "It's good to see you back, Your Grace," her grandmother said softly. Marjorie watched as Jaime welcomed Joy back, while Martin and Tommen brought apples and Winter from the ship. Sansa and Willis took. As the carriage prepared to depart, Marjorie couldn't help but smile, having witnessed more than a few tender moments between Jaime and her grandmother during their journey from White Harbor. Her grandmother gestured for her to join her inside the carriage, while Joy rode apples beside Jaime and Tommen took the reins of Winter, since Martin had already ridden her in White Harbor. "What happened?" Marjorie asked, curiosity piqued, as the carriage began to move. Her grandmother turned to her, a serious expression crossing her face. "The High Septon has passed," she replied. Yet, there was a weight in her tone that suggested there was more to the story. "Passed?" Marjorie echoed, trying to grasp the implications. "He was helped to pass," her grandmother clarified. "Why?" Marjorie inquired, intrigued. "He was stirring up trouble between the Faith and the Red Priests, and he also made some troubling statements about you and Jay," her grandmother explained, a hint of irritation in her voice at the mention of Jay. Marjorie almost smirked at her grandmother's tone. "Who decided on this course of action?" "I believe Sir Richard suggested it, and Lord Jaime gave the go-ahead. I've sent word to your grandfather, and we shall soon welcome another High Septon, one more suitable and accommodating." "Are we sure he'll be more accommodating, grandmother?" Marjorie asked, her concern evident. Her grandmother smiled warmly, reaching out to touch Marjorie's hand. "On that, you have my guarantee, Your Grace." "Thank you," Marjorie replied softly, receiving a warm smile in return. "How was the North?" her grandmother asked, genuinely curious. "It was good. I believe Willis and Sansa have grown closer, and the wedding was most enjoyable," Marjorie said, her smile reflecting the fond memories of her time there. "And Dorne?" her grandmother probed. "Just as enjoyable," Marjorie answered truthfully. "Where is his grace, Marjorie?" her grandmother asked, concern creeping into her voice. Marjorie explained that he had gone beyond the wall to deal with Bloodraven and to parley with the free folk. Her grandmother seemed relieved that Marjorie herself didn't appear worried. By the time they reached the Red Keep, their conversation had shifted to other topics. Marjorie felt a twinge of annoyance when she discovered that Lord Harding had not. As they departed with the other lords and ladies of the Vale, Marjorie noticed that he was behaving just as he had when they left. "Has he been watched?" she asked, glancing at her grandmother, who nodded in response. "He has. I believe Sir Richard could tell you more if you wish, Your Grace," her grandmother replied as they stepped out of the carriage. "I'll speak to him and Lord Jaime later." "I'm not calling a small council meeting for today, though," Marjorie said. "A wise choice. Go settle in." "We'll eat together tonight?" her grandmother asked eagerly. "We will." "It's good to see you, grandmother, truly," Marjorie said, kissing her cheek. "You too, sweetling." Marjorie made her way to her room and ordered a bath to be prepared. The water on the ship had been cleansing, but it left her longing for a true and proper bath now that she was back home. As she lay in the warm water, she heard the door open. Expecting to see either Sansa or Eleanor, she was surprised and delighted to find her husband standing there with a smile. "Jay, how?" she exclaimed happily, nearly spilling the water as she tried to stand. "We landed outside the city because I wanted to surprise my wife," he said, moving to the bath and kissing her as he picked up a cloth. "Now sit up, and I'll clean your back," he added with a smile. Marjorie felt an eager anticipation at his request. The bath quickly became less about cleansing her and more about her husband's desire to touch her, a notion she welcomed wholeheartedly. When he finished and she stood, he dried her off before lifting her into his arms and carrying her to their bed. The sensation of him in her arms, the hurried way he undressed to match her nakedness, filled her with joy. "I missed you so much, my love, so much," he whispered between kisses, and she made it clear she felt the same. The kisses grew increasingly passionate, igniting a connection that felt all-consuming. As they welcomed each other home, a new chapter began for both of them. Later, Marjorie lay in bed with her head resting on Jay's chest, his fingers gently brushing through her hair. Though she longed to ask him about his journey beyond the wall and to share her thoughts on the High Septon, the words eluded her. Instead, she simply relished the silence and the comfort of being in his arms once more, eventually drifting off to sleep. She was awakened by the sound of her stomach rumbling. Jay looked down at her and chuckled as it rumbled again. "Perhaps we should eat," he suggested, his smile both charming and slightly irritating. "Really? What makes you think I want food?" she teased, giggling. "Shall I send for something?" he asked, moving to rise. "I promised grandmother I'd eat with her, and no doubt others wish to speak with us both." "Very well, if you insist, I'll forego my own plans and acquiesce to yours," Jay replied, his smirk widening. "And what were your plans, husband?" she asked, amusement evident in her voice. "I had planned to have food brought to us, to enjoy it as we are now, and once my wife's hunger for food was satisfied, I intended to spend the rest of the night addressing any other cravings she might have," he said, causing warmth to spread in Marjorie's chest and a blush to rise on her skin, both from his words and the way he looked at her. "We could still do that, aside from the part about how we are now," she said, leaning in to kiss him. "Then let us dress quickly. The sooner we finish dinner, the sooner we can return to bed," he said, and she couldn't help but give his backside a playful slap as he stood. Eamon found it difficult to even look at Marjorie after his nephew had left. The truth of what he discovered beneath the crypts was a burden he wished he had never unearthed. He had read the books he brought with him and sought more in the shadows of the castle. Eamon found himself in Winterfell's library, feeling an overwhelming urge to return to King's Landing. The answers he sought seemed to point him in the same direction, and finally, he could take it no longer. He informed Ser Barristan of his decision to fly back, and the knight arranged for Ser Jorah and some guards to escort him to Sandorix. Once they arrived, Eamon told the guards he would be flying directly to King's Landing and didn't need their company. He climbed onto Sandorix's back, and they took to the skies. It wasn't long before Regal joined them, but Eamon couldn't shake his worries about his nephew and aunt. The two dragons, however, appeared less concerned than he was. He briefly considered flying to the wall to check for any problems, but both dragons made it clear they wouldn't be heading that way. Instead, he steered south. They landed on open ground near the Green Fork. Eamon felt safe enough to do so, with Sandorix close by while Regal went off to hunt. The Green Dragon quickly returned with food for his brother, while Eamon settled down with his own supplies, trying to rest between the two dragons. Sleep eluded him, and he welcomed the morning light, breaking his fast before taking to the skies again. As he approached King's Landing, a mix of relief and trepidation washed over him. The two dragons landed gracefully in the dragon pit, and he spotted some of the royal guard approaching. Eamon was glad to see Ser Bonifer among them. "All is well, my prince?" Bonifer asked, concern etched on his face. "It is, Ser Bonifer. I felt the need to return. I'm afraid 3 wedding feasts are my limit," Eamon replied, trying to make a joke. He was pleased when Bonifer laughed. "It's good to see you so well," Bonifer said, and Eamon nodded in agreement. He mounted the horse that had been offered to him as Sandorix and Regal soared back into the sky. Eamon spent no more than a day in King's Landing, poring over books that yielded the same information he already knew. He gathered a few volumes and placed them in a bag. After once again refusing the guard's assistance, he set off back to the north. Eamon departed from a dragon pit, soon soaring toward the island of his forefathers. He held on to the hope that the island's tranquility would soothe his troubled mind, and that perhaps, once he had found some peace, he could discover a way to alter his nephew's fate. Upon his arrival, he was welcomed by his niece's people. He was relieved to learn that Dany was still in Dorne. He wasn't sure if he was ready to face her or if he wanted her to see just how deeply concerned he truly was. That night, he shared dinner with some of them, engaging in conversation with Grey Worm and Missandei. As they recounted their time in Essos with his niece, Aemon realized how the stories differed from what he had heard from Dany and Jaehaerys. It was evident that they held a deep respect for both of his nieces, and he sensed a strong bond of affection there. With Dany, there was a palpable sense of family, and he was grateful she had experienced that connection before meeting her true family. A Targaryen alone in the world was a tragic fate, and while Dany had been solitary for some time, it hadn't been for long. "I shall go to my bed," he said, rising after the meal was finished. "This one will ensure you are well guarded, my prince," Grey Worm replied. Aemon nodded, not in the mood to argue. Sleep, once again, eluded him. Troubled thoughts swirled in his mind, and every time he closed his eyes, he was haunted by images from beneath the crypts. The sword that was unmistakably Dark Sister, the figure that could only be his nephew, and the woman he loved, her heart pierced, were all vividly etched in his memory. Even the sight of the sword igniting in the next vision or witnessing the Night King's fall could not dispel the grim reality of what his nephew must face. Aemon knew this path would lead to Jaehaerys' end, it would break him, and he felt it was a price too steep to ask of him. "What use is saving the world if you lose yourself in the process?" he murmured, climbing out of bed. He lit the candle and began to read through the books, finding that the stories remained unchanged. For 30 days and 30 nights, he labored at the sacred fires of a temple until his work was complete. But when he attempted to temper the sword in water, it shattered. Not one to easily give up, he started again. Azor Ahai toiled for 50 days and 50 nights to forge another sword, one that he hoped would be better than the first. This time, he captured a lion and plunged the sword into its heart, yet again the steel broke apart. With a heavy heart, knowing what he must do to finally complete the blade, Azor Ahai worked for 100 days and nights until it was finished. He called for his wife, Nissa, and asked her to bare her breast. In a heartbreaking moment, he drove his sword into her living heart, merging her soul with the steel and creating Lightbringer, the red sword of heroes. Each book, each text, each treaty he read conveyed the same story, and Aemon felt the urge to weep once more. He walked to the balcony, gazing out at the sea below, watching the waves crash against the rocks. He beseeched the gods for another way, pleading for an answer, anything but this. As they had throughout his life, they remained silent, offering no voice of comfort. The next morning, he didn't break his fast. Instead, he made his way to the caves, spending most of the day watching the men gather dragonglass. He waited until they had finished their work before entering the caves himself. Once inside, he approached the drawings that Jae had shown them all. The images were reminiscent of those in Winterfell, and as he examined them, he hoped they might provide the answers he had yet to discover. Yet again, he found himself disappointed. As he left the caves and returned to the keep, his heart felt just as heavy as it had since he walked away from the crypts. Less than a week earlier. He wasn't sure how long he had been on Dragonstone. The days and nights blurred together as he immersed himself in books, scribbled notes that he often discarded, and hardly spoke to anyone at all. If it hadn't been for Rhaenys' arrival, he might have stayed on the island for much longer. But he knew he was only delaying the inevitable, so he steeled himself to leave and confront his nephew, ready to share an awful truth. Dorne, 299 AC, Arianne. As much as she enjoyed lying in bed with her husband, she found that ruling alongside him brought her just as much satisfaction. Tyrion had a knack for analyzing situations and uncovering insights that she often overlooked, which proved to be an invaluable asset. Having someone with whom she could openly discuss her ideas and plans, and who would honestly critique them, was both frustrating at times and something she realized she desperately needed. Arianne relished the spirited debates they shared, even when neither would back down. Although she won some arguments and lost others, she was beginning to appreciate both outcomes equally. Today, however, her mind was not occupied with thoughts of Dorne, her plans, or even her husband. Her mother was due to arrive, and the anticipation of seeing her again filled her thoughts. Yet, Arianne felt a twinge of concern knowing that her mother would return to a very different world than the one she had left. She couldn't help but wonder how her mother would react to the Dorne Arianne was shaping. More troubling, perhaps, was her worry about how her mother would view Tyrion. He was the love of her life, but she feared her mother might not see him that way or might find him unworthy for some reason. "What's going on in that pretty little head of yours?" Tyrion asked, approaching her from behind. "What?" she replied, momentarily confused. "That's not a brush, my love," he said with a smirk, and Arianne glanced down at the silver-looking glass she held in her hands. Arianne felt her face redden as she realized she had been brushing her hair with her hand. "I was thinking about my mother," she said, setting the looking glass aside and picking up the brush. "She'll see her daughter as the Princess of Dorne and be more than proud of the job you're doing," Tyrion replied, a smile spreading across his face. She began, and he moved closer, kissing her cheek gently. "I shall charm her just as I have charmed her daughter, her son, and her good brother," Tyrion declared, making her laugh. "Trystane dislikes you," she teased, though she was lying. Her brother had surprisingly taken well to Tyrion during his time in Sunspear. "For true." "And I thought he loved me," Tyrion said, his expression mockingly hurt. Arianne chuckled at the playful look on his face. "No, you know my brother likes you, though perhaps it's Ligeron he truly favors," she said with a giggle. "It's no great shame to lose out to a dragon," Tyrion replied, causing her to laugh even more. Leaning forward, she kissed him before finishing up with her hair. After Tyrion left the room, he sent in her ladies to help her dress. Once she was ready, Arianne made her way to break her fast, spending the rest of the morning anxiously awaiting news of her mother's arrival. Fortunately, she didn't have to wait long. Once the ship was spotted in the bay, they prepared to greet it. Arianne, Tyrion, Oberyn, Illyria, her cousins Trystane, and their guards all gathered together. It took them some time to get ready, and with each passing moment, Arianne's worry grew that the ship would dock without them there. Tyrion noticed her anxiety and hurried them along, bringing a sense of calm to her breathing. As they rode in the carriage, Tyrion held her hand firmly, never letting it go, reassuring her that her nervousness wouldn't get the better of her. This was more than could be said for Ario, who, for the first time in her life, appeared nervous to Arianne. She tried to reassure him, but her own anxiety was palpable. Imagine how he must feel. He hasn't seen her mother in over 10 years. Though he was fiercely loyal to her father and now to her, her mother had always had his loyalty first and foremost. As they arrived at the docks, Arianne felt a wave of relief wash over her. They were early. The ship was in view, but still some distance away, and she found her eyes locked on it as it sailed closer. When she spotted her mother on the deck, she called out to Trystane, eager to let him know. He hadn't seen their mother since he was just a babe, and the excitement on his face only fueled her own anticipation. Finally, when the ship docked and her mother walked towards them, Arianne couldn't contain herself. She ran to her, with Trystane right beside her. They welcomed her not as the Prince and Princess of Dorne, but as her beloved children, and her mother clearly appreciated that. "Ari, Trys, it's so good to see you both. Look at you, my son has grown into a man," her mother exclaimed, and Arianne felt Trystane's pride swell at her words. "It's good to see you too, mother." "So very good," Trystane replied, sounding happier than Arianne had ever remembered him being. "Quentyn, where is my other son?" her mother asked, glancing around after she finished greeting them. "He's at..." Trystane began, but Arianne interrupted. "We'll speak about Quentyn later, mother." Come, there's someone I'd very much like you to meet, she said, taking her mother's arm as Trystane took the other. Arianne noticed how her mother greeted Oberyn and wondered if there had always been some distance between them. Her cousins in Illyria received a much warmer welcome, but it was when they reached Tyrion that Arianne felt her breath catch in her throat. She focused on her mother's face as she introduced him as her husband, surprised to see no hint of disapproval in her mother's eyes. Prince Tyrion, I had hoped to meet you before you and my daughter wed, her mother said, as Arianne looked at them both. As have I, Lady Malario. I know how much my wife wished for you to be here, and had I known about your troubles earlier, I would have done everything I could to make it happen, Tyrion said. Her mother looked at him with confusion. And how would you have achieved that, Prince Tyrion? Can you control the sea? She asked. Tyrion smiled and glanced up at the sky, prompting Arianne and her mother to look up as well. No, my lady, but perhaps we could have bypassed it and taken to the air instead, he replied. Just then, Ligeron flew overhead, and Arianne heard her mother's laughter. It was like music to her ears. Even in Norvos, we had heard tales of dragons, though those belonged to other Targaryens, her mother said. Each of my family has one of their own, my lady. Perhaps it was my sister's dragons that you heard about? Tyrion suggested. Perhaps, her mother said, still smiling as she turned to Tyrion. Arianne, maybe you and I could ride alone together? Of course, mother, Arianne replied, relieved to see Tyrion nod in understanding. Trystane, we'll talk later, my son, her mother said, hugging her brother and kissing his cheek. After speaking to Arianne moved to check on Tyrion, wanting to ensure he wasn't upset. Her husband encouraged her to spend time with her mother, assuring her they would talk later. Arianne kissed Tyrion's cheek almost shyly while her mother looked on. As she climbed into the carriage, Arianne felt her nerves rise again. She wondered if she would have to defend her husband to her mother so soon after her arrival. He's an interesting man, and he makes my daughter happy, her mother asked. Very much so, mother. No man has made me feel the way he does, not in my heart or my mind. Tyrion challenges me, supports me, and I know that he loves me as I love him, Arianne said, smiling. Then I love him too, her mother said, and Arianne found herself staring at her in disbelief. You're not just saying that, she asked. I want my children to be happy, Arianne, happier than I was in my own marriage. Any man that makes you happy is a man I can respect. Arianne hugged her mother tightly, savoring the warmth of her embrace and recalling how it felt to be held like this as a child. I missed you, mother. I missed you so much. Will you stay for a while? She asked, still holding her close. I will stay for as long as my daughter desires, her mother replied. Arianne allowed her tears to flow, tears she was more than happy to shed. That night, they shared dinner as a family. Arianne decided to wait until the others had left before telling her mother about Quentyn, but when she finally did, her mother was furious. Arianne prepared to defend herself and Jay, only to realize her mother's anger was directed at her father. Of all the foolish things that man has done, of all the ridiculous plans he has devised, he went against dragons? Against the man you called kin? Jay is our kin, mother. My aunt named him so. Oberyn thinks so too, and I'm now married to his uncle. But father, he wished for me to be queen, for Quentyn to rule Dorne, and because of him, my son now must spend his life at a wall of ice, her mother said, her anger evident. I spoke in his favor, mother, even knowing he would wish to usurp my place, Arianne replied. Her mother moved closer and enveloped her in her arms again, and Arianne welcomed the comfort. I shall be here for you and Trystane, Ari, for as long as you need me, as long as you both need me, her mother said. Arianne nodded, grateful for that more than anything. In King's Landing, 299 AC, joy filled her heart. She had enjoyed her travels, being on the ship with Jon and helping him when he went to feed apples in winter. Racing across the sand in Dorne was exhilarating, even though Jon had cheated to beat her and the others. Joy had won fair and square, but Jon had taken off before they were ready. She had been incredibly excited about traveling on the ship heading north. It was a chance to see where Jon had grown up before arriving at the Rock, something she had longed for. The drawings he had made for her of Winterfell and White Harbor filled her with a desire to see the reality of those places. When she arrived in the north, despite the chill in the air, she welcomed it. Seeing Jon's reaction to being back made her even happier. He had found a home with her and her family, and although he missed his other family, he didn't want to leave to return to them. Riding through the northern landscape felt entirely different. The cold air hit her face, her hair blew in the wind, and she cherished every moment. When it snowed for the first time, Jon held her hand, and they stood with their faces turned up to the sky, mouths open, catching snowflakes on their tongues. They raced, and though she lost, Jon hadn't cheated. She accepted the defeat, knowing he had wanted Marjorie to win, and that made the game even more enjoyable for her. Seeing Winterfell had taken her breath away. The towering gray walls, the vast god's wood, the glass gardens, and the crypts were all so impressive. Joy closed her eyes, recalling what it felt like to stand in the crypts with him, the cold air surrounding them as he shared stories about his mother. It was in that solemn place that he reaffirmed their bond, telling her she was his sister and that he loved her, always had. That was why she missed him so much when he left. The ride back to White Harbor felt completely different for Joy without Jon by her side. While Tommen and Martin took turns riding Winter, neither could truly fill the void as she raced against them. She found herself talking to Ghost more often, the White Wolf spending his time with her, Marjorie, or Fawn. Joy was grateful to see Ghost whenever he came her way, and she found comfort in confiding her feelings about missing her brother. Without Ghost and Marjorie, she knew she would have spent most of her time in her cabin. As they arrived back in King's Landing, she felt certain she'd isolate herself in her room until Jon returned. However, Joy was pleased to find Balon waiting for her when she got back. As much as she enjoyed conversing with Ghost, he wasn't hers, he belonged to Jon. "I don't know when he'll come back, Balon," she said, sitting on her bed and addressing the black cat. "No, Margie doesn't know either. It's no fun riding with the others, they ride too slowly, you know this." "No, I won't try." "Very well, but if they ride slowly, then it's your fault." The next morning, Joy woke early and shared breakfast with Tommen and Martin. She asked them to join her for a ride that day, feeling annoyed when they refused. The lessons she was meant to attend didn't interest her, and without the chance to ride, she was unsure how to spend her day. Bored and aimless, Joy strolled through the Red Keep alone. She found herself heading toward the sparring yard, unsure of why she had chosen that path. Sparring wasn't something she particularly enjoyed, she preferred watching Jon, or when Prince Oberyn's daughters or Daisy's sisters fought. Typically, she wouldn't come unless they were participating, and with Jon still away and Oberyn in Dorne, she had no real desire to be there. Yet, here she was, watching the scene below with a bored expression. That is, until she recognized someone. Brienne was sparring with a man she didn't know. She knocked him to the ground, and the sight made her laugh. "What are you laughing at, bastard?" the man said, and Joy heard the gasps from those around her. In that moment, she found herself unable to respond, even when Brienne defended her. Instead, she stared at the man with wide eyes, tears beginning to fall. Without thinking, she ran from the sparring yard, the tears blurring her surroundings. It had been so long since anyone had spoken to her that way, so long since anyone had dared to, that it caught her completely off guard, leaving her speechless. If she had been thinking clearly, she would have told him she wasn't a bastard. She was Lady Joy Lannister of Castamere. She was the king's sister, and if Jon were here, he would never let anyone speak to her like that. Joy knew that was why no one dared to insult her, no one was foolish enough to risk Jon's wrath. But Jon wasn't here. She was alone. Her father was in Castamere with Ashera, Cregan was in the north, and Jon. Jon was gone, and she didn't know when he would return. It was this realization, as much as the man's words, that caused her tears to flow longer than they should have, pushing her to run as fast as she could. The tears made it hard to see where she was going or who looked her way. She dashed past guards, knights, Balon, and Ghost, until finally, someone grabbed her and held her in his arms. "Joy, Joy, what's wrong?" "What happened?" she heard Jon say. Through her teary eyes, she saw him standing there. He had come back. She sobbed as he held her tightly. "I'm not a bastard, I'm not. I'm your sister, she cried repeatedly. He didn't ask who had called her that or question why she was crying. Instead, he simply held her and assured her that she was his sister, and he was there for her. Jon didn't need to say anything else. He gently took Joy not to her room, but to his own. He laid her down in his and Marjorie's bed. When he climbed in beside her and wrapped his arms around her, she finally stopped crying. In King's Landing, 299 AC, Jaehaerys Targaryen felt the weight of the moment. Each time he moved, Joy would grab him tightly, seeking comfort, so he remained there, even as she drifted into sleep. He could hear Marjorie enter the room, and he softly beckoned her to join them, his words gentle as they flowed over Joy's head. "Find out who said it to her, and find out exactly what was said," he instructed. Marjorie looked at him, concern etched on her face. "Is she all right?" she asked, worry creeping into her voice. "Find them for me, Marge," he replied, and she nodded in understanding. As he lay there, his hands soothingly rubbing Joy's back, he could feel how tightly she still clung to him. The anger simmering within him was threatening to erupt, yet with each passing moment, it merely boiled beneath the surface. Whoever had dared to call her that would pay. They would pay in blood. He swore it over and over as he looked at her. Lord, knight, lady, septon, septa, small folk, he cared not. Their blood would be spilled for this. It was Jaime who approached him, not Marjorie. Jay could see the anger and concern mirrored on Jaime's face. His hand looked as much at Joy as he did at Jay. He gestured for Jaime to come closer so they could talk. "What happened, Jay?" Jaime asked. "Some fool called her a bastard. I want them found, and when they are, I'll deal with them personally," Jay replied, his voice taut as he struggled to contain his temper. "Who?" Jaime inquired. "I don't know, and I don't care. Their reasons, their stature, nothing will save them from the punishment that awaits them." Jay. "No, Jaime, look at her. They hurt her. They hurt her, and they'll pay for it, I swear," he said. Jaime glanced between him and Joy, choosing to remain silent. He heard her mumble his name, and he reassured her, "I'm here. I'm not going anywhere." Gradually, he felt her hands begin to loosen their grip. Once they did, he shifted her slightly so she was nestled under the covers, then lay down beside her, gently brushing her hair and softly kissing her forehead. He lost track of time while waiting for Marjorie's return. It felt like hours had passed. When she finally walked back into the room, Brienne was with her. Jay looked at Joy and noticed she seemed a little more relaxed. He quietly slipped out of bed. "I don't wish to leave the room, so I'd ask you to be quiet," he said, facing Brienne but keeping his gaze on the girl in the bed. "Of course, Your Grace," Brienne replied. "Tell His Grace what you told me, Brienne," Marjorie urged. "I was sparring in the yard, Your Grace. Lord Harding challenged me, and I fought against him. I beat him and knocked him to the ground. Lady Joy saw it and laughed, but Lord Harding wasn't pleased." Brienne explained, her voice a little shaky. "And?" Jay prompted. He said, "What are you laughing at, bastard?" Brienne finished. "How many people heard him call her that?" Jay asked, his voice calmer than he felt inside. "The yard was busy, Your Grace," Brienne replied. Thank you, Brienne, Jae said as he returned to the bed. He barely registered Marjorie speaking to Brienne or her leaving. His focus was solely on the sleeping girl in his bed. He gently brushed his fingers over her cheeks and saw her sniffle and make little sobs in her sleep. The upset still lingered within her, and it filled him with anger. Taking a deep breath to calm himself proved to be a challenge. As Jae arrived, he couldn't shake the thoughts swirling in his mind. Balerion and Marjorie were unable to distract him from the worry that gnawed at him. He knew that if he left Joy alone and she woke to find him gone, it would only deepen her pain. If it weren't for that, he would be hunting down Harold Harding right now. The only thing keeping him from doing so was the fact that his focus was entirely on the girl Harding had dared to insult. What do you intend to do to him? Marjorie asked, taking a seat on the other side of the bed. Jae, however, was lost in thought, his gaze fixed on Joy's face. He barely registered her words, his ears attuned to the small, uneven breaths that revealed her distress. Jae. Jae. Marjorie repeated, this time managing to pull him from his reverie. What? Sorry, I was. He said, noticing the concern etched on her face. Harding, Jae. What do you intend to do to him? She pressed, and he realized he had no answer. He lay down on the bed, reaching out to take Marjorie's hand as she settled down on the other side of Joy. His attention flickered between the two of them, trying to convey to his wife that he was listening while still keeping an eye on Joy as she slept. At some point, exhaustion overcame him, and he drifted off. When he woke, darkness enveloped the room. Joy was still asleep, and Marjorie had moved elsewhere. As he shifted to get up, the movement stirred Joy, and for a moment, panic flashed across her face until she recognized him. The small smile that appeared was a welcome sight. I'm sorry, Joy, he said softly, looking into her eyes. That man had no right to speak to you that way. I'll make sure he knows it, and I'll ensure that everyone understands what happens to anyone who speaks to my sister like that. He reached out to gently touch her face. You stayed with me, she said, her gaze steady on him. My sister needed me, so I stayed, he replied, leaning forward to kiss her cheek. Is this your bed? She asked, curiosity lighting up her expression. Joy sat up, an embarrassed look on her face. I brought you here, he said, noticing the relief wash over her, glad she hadn't come alone. Hungry? She nodded. He glanced back at her as he stood and moved toward the door, waiting to make sure she was ready before he stepped out. In the solar, he found Marjorie writing. After learning that she had already eaten and wasn't hungry, he ordered food for himself and Joy. Joy joined them before the food arrived. As he placed the meal on the small dining table, he caught snippets of Joy and Marjorie chatting, though he couldn't make out the words. Even though Marjorie wasn't hungry, she decided to join them while they ate. Jae found himself watching Joy as much as he was eating, relieved to see that she seemed far less upset than before. Will you take me back to my room? Joy asked when she finished. He nodded, glancing toward his bedchamber just as Ghost wandered over. Balerion soon joined them as they walked to Joy's room, the black cat leading the way while Ghost walked beside them. When they reached her room, he told her, I want Ghost to sleep here tonight. Joy protested, but Jae wouldn't allow her to refuse. I want him with my sister. I won't sleep otherwise, Joy, he insisted. She nodded reluctantly. Don't hurt him too bad, she said, and he nodded again, unsure if he could promise that. I won't. Get some sleep. We'll talk in the morning. Maybe we could go for a ride, he suggested, pleased to see her smile. I'll make sure Apples is ready, she replied. Maybe we'll go on a different ride, me, you, and Renix, he added, watching her face light up with joy. Ni, John, she said softly. Ni, Joy. As he walked back to his room, he warged into Ghost, relieved to see there were no tears from joy when she closed her door. The door. Jae could sense that while Joy was still upset, she wasn't as deeply hurt as she had been earlier. He hoped that by morning, she would have almost forgotten what had been said. Still, he doubted it would be that easy for her. He believed it would take time for her to move on, and only when Harold Harding had faced the consequences of his words would either of them truly be able to forget. "How is she?" Marjorie asked as he entered their room. "Upset, worried about what I planned to do, and embarrassed that she took our bed," he replied, settling down beside his wife. "Harding has left, Jae," Marjorie said, and he turned to her, anger flashing in his eyes. He calmed down when he noticed her flinch. "Sorry," he said, realizing he had startled her. "When did he leave?" As soon as he realized what he had said, I imagine, or who he had said it to. "By road or by sea?" he asked. "Road." "Why?" "Just curious." "I'll send a raven tomorrow to Lord Blackwood, instructing him to intercept Harding before he reaches the crossroads and bring him back here." "Is that wise, Jae?" Marjorie questioned. "I don't care. I intend to make an example of him, to teach him a lesson he won't forget," Jae said with a smile. "Jae?" Marjorie asked, concern creeping into her voice. "He's lucky I don't take his head or strip him of his lands. I know that's far too harsh a punishment for mere words. I understand how the realm would perceive me if I did that, but I find I don't care, because all I can see are her tears and the man who caused them. He's a fool, Jae. Just a fool. He hurt her, Marge, and so I will hurt him. I will strike at his pride and his body, and I will let the realm know why I did so. I'll make it clear that anyone who dares speak of her in such a way had better do so far from my hearing, and even then, they should hope I never find out. There will be those who question your actions, Jae, no matter how justified you feel. Let them question me all they wish," Marjorie said. "But let them speak of her as she deserves. Let them know I see her as my sister, and that a brother's love is something to be feared." In Dragonstone, 299 AC, Bloodraven had sailed until he could no longer bear the sea, the silence of the men he traveled with, or the ship that bore that name. He was surprised by how much Euron had managed to gather, even if some of it consisted of items Bloodraven had sent him to collect. There were books, gems, treasures of both material and knowledge. The Valyrian steel axe, the armor, the warlocks, everything was meant to aid him in his quest. Yet none of these treasures compared to the dragon horn, and none would bring him what he desired more than it. After sailing west and ensuring they were not being followed, they turned south, passing Old Town, the Arbor, and around Dorne toward their destination. When they stopped near land, they chose deserted areas, doing everything they could to keep their journey hidden from prying eyes. All the while, Bloodraven used the warlock's blood to cloak them further. It was only when they reached the stepstones that he began to relax. The work he needed to do to the silence took some time, but as they sailed into the bay at Dragonstone, they did so under different sails. Bloodraven looked up at the three-headed dragon and smiled. The Kraken sails were long gone, and the dark wood and red-stained deck of the silence had disappeared as well. To everyone, they appeared to be something they were not, just as he did. When he gazed into the looking glass, he did not see silver hair and a single eye, nor a mark on his face. Instead, the man staring back at him was very different, the crow's eye, not Bloodraven. Yet some things remained the same. He may have looked like Euron, and when he listened, still able to hear Euron's rants echoing deep within him. But he was Bloodraven, Bryn Den Rivers, and now it was his time. "Make ready the boat," he shouted to one of the silent figures nearby as he reached for the dragon horn. They rowed to the beach under the cover of night, and he could see the men camped around the cave, as well as the small village further down the shore. Both were blissfully unaware of his arrival. Silently, he slipped past them and began the long walk up to the cliffs above. His heart raced as he drew closer to the three dragons resting there. Just seeing the white dragon in all its glory brought a wide smile to his face. Bringing the dragon horn to his lips, he prepared to blow, visions of what he was about to unleash on the land swirling in his mind. Fire and blood were coming, King's Landing would soon witness the truth, and the Red Keep would be the first to burn. Ahogawaawia. The horn sounded once, then twice. As two dragons took to the air, the third glided toward him, its deep purple eyes locking onto his. Bloodraven reached out to touch it, feeling its warmth beneath his fingertips. He secured the dragon horn to his back and moved toward the offered wing, climbing up and settling into the saddle. The white dragon beneath him was ready for flight, and he felt as close to a god as a man could be. Suvgan, he commanded, and the dragon soared into the sky.